Merci. Bien sûr, monsieur Raoult. Qu'est-ce que je fais? Ah ouais. Et le discours, vous devez l'avoir aussi, non? Ah ouais, clair. Allez. C'est cool. C'est joli.
Bonjour et bienvenue à tous dans l'acte 4 du Forum Méditerranée du futur, une édition qui a pour titre cette année 1720-2020. C'est de la peste au Covid, 300 ans de résistance aux pandémies en Méditerranée. Nous allons tout au long de cette journée échanger justement sur ce passé, cette pandémie du passé, voir quelles sont les leçons qu'on pourrait en tirer avant de faire le point sur l'actualité et sur aussi la situation sanitaire un peu partout dans certains pays, avec surtout des scientifiques de renommée internationale. Alors, pour annoncer l'ouverture officielle de cet acte 4, j'ai le plaisir d'inviter le président de la région Sud Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur, monsieur Renaud. MUSELIER, monsieur le président, à vous. Bonjour.
Bonjour, Adila.
Bonjour.
Méditerranée du futur, acte 4. Bonjour à vous tous. Monseigneur, Son Altesse Sérénissime le Prince de Monaco, Monsieur le Ministre, cher Jean-Yves Le Drian, Monsieur le Président du Parlement européen, cher David SASSOLI, Madame la Commissaire européenne à la Santé, Madame Stella KYRIAKIDES, Monsieur le Directeur général de l'OMS, cher Tedros, Monsieur le Secrétaire général de l'Union pour la Méditerranée, Nasser KAMEL, mon cher Nasser, Monsieur le Directeur de l'IHU Méditerranée Infection, cher professeur Raoult, mesdames et messieurs les professeurs, mesdames et messieurs les ambassadeurs, mesdames et messieurs les parlementaires, les élus, chers collègues représentants des territoires de coopération, mesdames et messieurs les membres du corps consulaire et diplomatique, monsieur le président directeur général du laboratoire Moderna, cher Stéphane Bancel, madame la directrice de la préparation aux maladies émergentes de l'Organisation mondiale de la santé, madame Briand, et madame la directrice de l'hôpital de Bergame, madame Béatrice Stasi, mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Nous avons beaucoup de chance d'être ensemble ce matin. Bienvenue à cette 4e édition de Méditerranée du futur. Je dois reconnaître, j'aurais préféré tous vous accueillir à Marseille. Nous aurions tous préféré nous voir, nous saluer, nous embrasser, échanger de vive voix, comme nous le faisons chaque année. Nous avions prévu ici à Marseille des cadeaux pour nos 42 délégations présentes. Nous attendrons pour la 5e édition et pour les 15 000 personnes connectées en direct ce matin. Ben écoutez, c'est juste le plaisir de vous dire bonjour et merci pour votre connexion. Je suis obligé d'attendre l'année prochaine pour vous recevoir tous les uns et les autres, comme ça, de façon directe. Mais je tiens à le répéter, nous avons beaucoup de chance de nous retrouver ce matin, même si c'est à bonne distance, chacun devant sa caméra, devant sa tablette, même si c'est au moins avec moins de chaleur que les autres années, même sans ce complément d'âme si important pour nous, les Méditerranéens. Nous avons beaucoup de chance car nous avons pu maintenir ce grand rendez-vous grâce à ce format 100% digital. C'est l'un des seuls à ne pas avoir été reporté. En pleine crise sanitaire mondiale, c'est la preuve que nos liens sont solides. La Méditerranée a besoin de phares de dialogue qui ne s'éteignent jamais. La Méditerranée a besoin de cette solidarité constante entre ses territoires. La Méditerranée a besoin qu'on parle de ce qui l'unit plutôt que de ses divisions. Depuis 4 ans, nous montrons que nous pouvons bâtir des projets ensemble. Des projets concrets, immédiatement utiles pour nos concitoyens, d'une rive à l'autre. Ils permettent de protéger notre environnement, de soutenir notre jeunesse, d'accompagner l'innovation ou tout simplement d'investir dans l'avenir. Mais ce projet est aussi un projet politique et diplomatique. Celui de région, de wilaya, d'union de municipalités, unis pour porter la voix des territoires au plus près des peuples, en complémentarité des diplomaties nationales. Les défis communs, même les plus grands, nous rassemblent. Aujourd'hui, nous montrons que même cette pandémie peut nous unir. Cette pandémie a changé le visage de la Méditerranée. Partout autour du bassin, sur toutes les rives, la Covid-19 n'a épargné aucun de nos pays, aucun de nos territoires. Cette pandémie a mis à jour des mots totalement inconnus, mais aussi des mots qu'on pensait réservés à des temps révolus ou des situations exceptionnelles. Couvre-feu, confinement, taux d'incidence, taux de positivité, incidence de reproduction, cluster, masques chirurgicaux, FFP2, antigéniques, sérologiques, PCR.
FFP2, PCR. These are part of our daily vocabulary now. And they were words we weren't familiar with just 1 year ago. And so this has a tremendous impact. It is upturning our lives, is creating different constraints. It changes our relationship with others. I'm afraid that we have lost the sound. So I'm afraid that we've lost the sound and we can no longer hear the floor. I do apologize. We do not have a sound feed, therefore we are unable to translate. We shall resume translation as soon as the sound feed is back.
La peste noire, qui fait 25 millions de morts en Europe en 4 ans.
So the Black Plague that caused 25 million deaths in Europe in 4 years. And in the 19th century, the Asian flu, tuberculosis that is omnipresent in the Mediterranean until to date. So this Mediterranean pathway has not been easy, and unfortunately it's far from over. But it gives us great hope. Faced with disease, the Mediterranean, the theatre is the theatre of resistance. 3,000 years of the combat of mankind against all pandemics. In the cradle of humanity, where the concept was Greek, law Roman, manifestance Byzantine, Italian and Catalan rebellion, French freedom, and Egyptian eternity, a theatre of 300 years of resistance against the plagues and pandemics, where disease has always been present despite technical progress, a theatre where the reaction to COVID-19 has been very different, but where determination is collective. This is where our hope resides. The people of the Mediterranean have always come back from the diseases that have hit them. So what sheds light on this history are here with us today among our guests. Marie Bussès from the CNRS, Michel Sunier, who is a specialist of the plague, Ida Bitam, head of the program of tropical and vectorial diseases and professor in the university. And thank you for being here with us. But the past is not sufficient. We also have hope in the future. We have all entered a tunnel since last spring. Everybody's trying to make progress and saying that they're heading in the right direction towards the exit. We have to switch the light on at the end of the tunnel in order to give us hope for the future. We need a new breath of life, hope, and a vision for the future. And throughout the Mediterranean and the world, we're waiting for the calendar that will give us, allow us to return back to our normal life. Yesterday, I was, as every year, we're talking about our projects and our outlooks. Throughout the Mediterranean, the territories play a role in crisis management. Throughout, territories are supplying masks, tests in order to deal with the pandemic. Everywhere, the local aspect has become vital because in direct contact with citizens from Alexandria to Tangiers, Tunis to elsewhere, all of our Mediterranean countries. I present my strategy of the South region. 2 waves of the pandemic led to 2 lockdowns. To avoid a third one, we're going to take our destiny in hand. With the right tools, we can switch on this light at the end of the tunnel. The first tool is the analysis of wastewater, which gives us a week's head start on the virus. It allows us to know where the next clusters will appear. And with the local fire brigade, we're developing a local mapping, and Admiral Augier will be presenting his important strategy later on. Second tool, screening must be fast and easy to access. We bought 160,000 tests. We have co-funded 11 fast PCR machines purchased for the hospitals of the region, and a platform to put in touch purchasers, and the supply and demand will be set up soon. Thirdly, we're delivering salivary tests that can be done on your own. It will allow us to deal with the period whilst we're waiting for the vaccination. The President of France wants to use them, but the certification is not yet there, and it's still impossible to buy them. The fourth part is to have headquarters to work on the pandemics and to work with the territories, the cities and the regions of France in order to, we asked to be associated to this strategy. Stéphane Poncel, President of the government, will explain why we are not allowed to fail here. Because we're not sure that the vaccine will be 100% for the most serious forms. So I'm going to quote the guest that I haven't quoted so far, Anne Briand, who is in the WHO, Mr. Pulito, who is professor at the International Institute for Infectious Disease, Mrs. Stasi, General Director of the Hospital of Belgium, who experienced the first wave, Mrs. Angela Skis, a member of the Greek Scientific Council, Mr. RAOULT, Director of the Health Service in Algeria, the European Commissioner for Health, and Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, who is General Director of the WHO. I have the honor of opening this edition with Professor Didier RAOULT. Since the beginning of this crisis, he is a character who is determined to give hope and to care for people. What he brought us here in the South region since the beginning of the crisis is tremendous. 20,000 people have gone through the university hospital, many more tested, and he was the first in France to promote the strategy of screening, isolating, and treating. He was the first to recommend massive screening for asymptomatic people, as from last February. He's one of the greatest microbiologists in the world. He studied here in Marseille, but he made the population of the South region one of the most tested populations in the first wave. He's a researcher amongst the most quoted in the world for the past decades, and Professor RAOULT is one of the greatest French scientists, quite simply. With the University Hospital Mediterranean, the infection unit, through his determination and talent, he's built one of the most greatest research centers for infectious disease. I'm very hoping to open this fourth edition beside him. Finally, I would like to pay homage to 2 particular guests. I would like to greet His Serene Altesse, the Prince of Monaco, and we were present in the first edition of the Mediterranean for the Future in 2017, dedicated to fight against global warming. And then in the two following ones, dedicated to youth and investment in the Mediterranean. You're with us today to participate, and we're very grateful for this, Serene Highness. And so we're grateful also for your action against the disease. Now it's time to open this fourth edition. It will allow all of you to follow the proceedings wherever you are in the world and around the Mediterranean basin, of course. And today it is the World Day, AIDS Day, and we also have a warm thought for all of the patients hit by this disease. So thank you to each of you for being with us. Have a good day of proceedings and long life to all. Thank you, President. I would like to immediately invite Professor Didier RAOULT, Director of the Hospitalo-Universitaire Institute of the Mediterranean in the Infection and Infectious Disease Department. Thank you, everybody. I'm not a politician, so don't expect me to be political correct, because you would be sorely disappointed. Marseille is in a particular situation, which means that its level of preparation was far greater than that of all other French cities, and no doubt most cities in the West, because Marseille is at the crossroads of the South and the East, at the crossroads of epidemics since the very beginning of mankind. So most of the epidemics that came north to Europe went through Marseille and Genoa. So it's Marseille, Genoa, and Venice that invented the lazaret, which were people in which we placed infected patients, and that participated in inventing quarantine. Quarantine is a myth, actually, like the 14 days, and the 14 days derived from the myth of quarantine. It doesn't make sense, no biological sense, but we know that it can happen. And in mankind, throughout our history, two things have significantly disrupted society: wars and pandemics. Pandemics have really upturned society, sometimes in a rather strange manner. It's rather strangely in a positive manner, and there are some historians who have worked on this topic. For example, there probably wouldn't have been the Renaissance if there hadn't been the plague in the Middle Ages that released considerable amount of space and brought about the dynamics of replacement that allowed the expansion of Europe at that time. So certain things, historical facts are complex, and the lessons that we draw in the media and what happens later is different. So the lessons that I learned from this epidemic, first of all, 20 years ago, or actually 17 years ago, for the Ministry of Health and Research at the time, I wrote 420 pages, and I write alone. I don't get somebody else to write it for me. So it took me a lot of time. And I said we needed to build what I now called Vauban forts, so 6 or 7 places in which we can prepare, just like for a war, because they're elements that are decisive for deep-rooted social change. So it's the equivalent that so if you want peace, you have to prepare for war, and therefore we had to prepare for this. And I think that the fight against epidemics is of a Regalian nature in this country, in which we're incredibly constraining in terms of decentralization. We are also incredibly naive on the level of local management. You can't ask the different hospitals, half of which are financially failing, to give priority to national priorities, and we don't know for how long. So it is the state who must say, I want you to be ready for this type of situation, because otherwise we will not be ready. And we can see that from the very first day we were giving results back in the day, and today we're hoping that we might get them from, in France we said we hope we might get them in 24 hours on the 15th of January. So it's not only in this country that we were not prepared. If you look at the States or the UK, therapeutic trials were done without actually establishing a diagnosis. So the therapeutic protocols did not include a diagnosis by PCR because they couldn't do it. Therefore, the level of coordination in Europe is terrible.
I have African friends who could not imagine including a person in a test without doing PCR because they had done medical studies. So we can see that I have very great respect for all kinds of different colleagues. Many people have more experience in epidemics than myself. They worked with Ebola and managed to get to terms with that. In the Congo, there were 3 cholera epidemics which he had discovered. He knows what an epidemic is. So one does not fight against an epidemic. Apologies to my colleagues from Geneva or Brussels, but we do this with people out in the field who know how reactions play out. So we are behind schedule in our organization. It's absolutely catastrophic, and we are going to have to draw lessons from this. There's another point which we cannot deny. Let's not go into paranoia or anything. Those who are in charge of therapy around the world are no longer doctors. It is the pharmaceutical company. So we need to think about this. If something is not profitable, then no one's going to pay. In European countries, in Africa, they don't care. They're not affected by those big sales forces who are selling their medication. So there really is a true issue, which is therapy only possible through new molecules and the pharmaceutical industry? The answer is no, because that's to be naive to believe that. Chemicals or chemistry does not obey the rules of the way we usually go about things with technological innovations. Molecules are eternal. Once you've discovered molecules, they will be there forever. We have a stock. We've got a whole heritage of molecules. It's ginormous. And so for many of those molecules, they come from nature. And they have different kinds of actions which have not yet been assessed and which cannot be assessed because they're not profitable, because our system is based on a patent which is no longer valid after 20 years, and it doesn't earn any money for the company involved. So there really is a question of how our models evolve. Antibiotics weren't invented by a man to fight against infection. No, that was 3 billion years ago. They were microbes which were fighting one another. So that's one thing. We discover new microbes all the time, but who's going to test all of these things? If we have awarded all therapy evaluations to people who are working on only innovation, it's a real basic question. How are we using these molecules? There are all kinds of molecules which can act on an illness in a laboratory, which should be tested, but nobody's bothering to test them. And then, because these therapeutic tests are funded and driven and written, and the documents are written by the pharmaceutical industry, then you cannot hope for any lucidity about these questions. Don't want to talk about conspiracy theories. I'm not that stupid. But Europe is spending 2 billion on medication, and we know all about that. It's been published in all kinds of articles. It hasn't worked, and we know that there's a bit of a problem there. So we are in a country where we have the hydroxychloroquine, which has been sold for decades. People have taken it without terrible effects. If anyone thinks there's some kind of mental problem, which hasn't been solved, I have said that while I regret that the analysis has not been carried out. How can we have been misled to this extent? So 32 million tablets of this medication was handed out, and some people think that it's very dangerous. And the World Health Organization haven't got a clear picture either. People are saying that the Africans, are crazy. They have to stop taking that medication. It's going to kill people. You must be crazy. Well, anyone who's been to Africa has taken this a medication. We're talking about a course of 10 days. Well, when I've been to Africa, I would take chloroquine every day. There was a big kind of bowl of it in the middle of the table, and everyone could just dip in and help themselves to some chloroquine. So this is a huge lie. How did it manage to get through? And in this situation, such tension, a lack of control, a lack of thinking about information, we are facing a question of credibility, because the papers all around the world have been published, have to be withdrawn immediately afterwards. The Lancet published an article which it withdrew shamefully, saying that no, they got it. This article isn't wrong. The New England organization is now an advertising medium for those people who are trying to sell medication. So this crisis of credibility in our world, well, how are we going to get out of this? The lesson of what we're going through now is that unlike during war, we haven't got generals, we haven't got organizations in different places where knowledge is concentrated. We've mentioned Germany. There are two places, Hamburg and Berlin, where the first tests came from. There's a structure, there's organization. It's a good reference frame. However, that no longer exists. The Pasteur Institute is no longer to be counted on in this particular situation, because it does different things now. In France, we need to have a reference frame, but that reference frame isn't a decision-making center. So just take a look on internet. We can all identify who does what and who is who. So we have several problems that are coming to light. Firstly, epidemics will always exist. They go hand in hand with life. They multiply, and there will be new ones. We managed to come through two massive epidemics in the 20th century, hepatitis C and AIDS. I'm not talking about those that are continuing to kill, such as tuberculosis. But we will have new epidemics in the 20th century, further ones, and we see that some of this overreaction to COVID illustrates what we need to take away from this. We need to be clear-minded, and we need to realize that we are not ready either intellectually or technically. And we will have to think about this. Let me give you another political example. It's great that everyone plays their role. I'm not a decision maker. I wouldn't be able to control my mouth. The story, rather history and knowledge should help us to take decisions. Let me give you another example. When we were in the throes of the epidemic in March and April, we closed our borders. I don't really know what the point was of closing your border, because people in other countries weren't going to bring us any more epidemic than we already had. So we were saying, don't send your people to us, but that wasn't the case. Our patients went off to Africa. We sent the virus to other countries, to the Senegal, for example. That's a country I know well. The French people took the illness to Senegal. And there are people who are tested arriving at the airport, and the French were bringing that virus to Senegal. And in May, we had no more cases. So what did we do? Logically, we opened our borders to countries who were in the throes of the epidemic. And so we had a second wave. So you can take a look at what happened in China, Taiwan, and there hasn't been that second wave. We've got a second epidemic because we opened our borders when there was no epidemic with us, and of course it washed in again. And the illness came to Marseille on the boats once again. That's the way it always started. And then June, July, that's what happened. We saw it was a new epidemic, because although people need some time to understand, because they don't have the data at their disposal. And when you don't have the data, it's easy to say that those people who do have the data are wrong. But there's a new genotype which came from Africa. That's what was being said. So this is a model which we're familiar with in Marseille. When we invented quarantine on the island of Friaul, people were coming by boat from epidemic zones, and we wouldn't let them come on land immediately. They would have to stay out on the island for a short while. So all of this goes to say that history can tell us the difference between the Nasser and quarantine. So people who we suspect are ill, but we're not sure about it. They can be isolated. So the data leaves a trace, which we still have today. So I think there are several lessons to be learned. The molecules have been identified by man, lactinine, oxychloroquine, they modify, they evolve, they change. An extract from quinine as a plant extract, which was found by the Chinese when Mao Zedong was in power. So all that we use today to care people is not from high tech. Let's not try and push that lie. So we have an accumulated chemical heritage which has been built up over centuries. We have to use it. We have to identify the right economic model, giving money to those people who are apt and capable of developing a solution, or the state has to invest systematically in products that don't cost anything, that no one will make any money out of, but the state must take on that role. Let's not forget the field, a practical description by people observing people who are changing the nature of things. If we, in France, for example, in France, we haven't been observing people. If we don't observe people, we cannot develop everyday care, giving people oxygen every day, checking that they're not having hypercoagulation with risks to their lungs. The idea that we can deduce, which is another technocratical idea, that we could deduce that, you know, how decisions are made, given this illness that nobody knew about. Any doctor will say, well, I'm going to observe first of all. No, what we did was we took the 2017 plan for flu and we applied it to COVID, but COVID is not flu. We don't have a 40-degree temperature. The difficulties with breathing is not preceded by coughing and a feeling of suffocation as it is in flu. And this respiratory distress is not experienced in the same way. And that is why we have asked the patients themselves to analyze their own oxygen levels. So the problems with coagulation, same thing, it doesn't exist in flu. COVID is a new, different illness, so we have to have an observation round. We have to do what people with the first wave did, the Chinese. They deployed their medicine with a lesson which we must learn, and I'll end with this. Their first publication on therapy said that we are not using placebos because it is not in our nature to not care for the ill. Well, thank you very much, Professor. We are now going to connect with Barcelona, where His Excellency Mr. Nasser KAMEL, the Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean, is waiting for us. The floor is yours, Excellency. The interpreter apologizes, but the sound is not clear. The voice of the speaker cannot be heard. The interpreter continues to apologize, but the sound of the speaker cannot be heard. The interpreter apologizes, but the voice of the speaker cannot be heard. Excellency, apologies, the connection is not very good. We cannot hear your voice, sadly. It's not clear. We can hear a sound, but it's not legible. Perhaps we shall come back to you later. This is one of the problems with a live connection, but sadly, we cannot hear what you are saying. Perhaps you could disconnect and reconnect in a short while. I'm just waiting for some instructions from the technical team. So we'll try and get back to you, Nasser KAMEL, very, very quickly.
Ok, ben, nous revenons donc vers vous.
Okay, we will get back to you. We'll cut you off and connect you again. In the meanwhile, we're going to hear a video from David SASSOLI from the European Parliament, who is going to talk about the different challenges that we are all facing today with this worldwide pandemic all around the Mediterranean basin also, and also he's going to talk about how we can cooperate within Europe. Hello, everybody. I would like to thank the South region for their invitation to this fourth edition of this event. In last July, we celebrated the 25th anniversary of the Barcelona process. And by transforming the Euro-Mediterranean region and constructing a common area of peace and stability. But also economic partnerships, social partnerships and human partnerships, which allow for essential cooperation in this space that we all share between the shores of the Mediterranean. The COVID-19 crisis has had an unprecedented impact on our health systems, our economies, our lives. And the COVID-19 has the interpreter apologizes. She has lost the speaker on the screen and cannot read what is being said. The voice of the interpreter cannot, the voice of the speaker cannot be heard either. Because the Mediterranean continues to be the theatre of many problems, other countries trying to join Europe. Let's not forget climate change, another scourge that has affected many Mediterranean countries, scarcity of water, uncontrolled urban growth and unprecedented pollution, making the Mediterranean basin one of the macro regions which is the most under threat because of environmental problems. However, there are many challenges to face, but we have opportunities to grasp also. The European Union has launched several initiatives to try and support Mediterranean partners, both in terms of health safety and in terms of relaunching society and the economy to encourage a transition towards a greener future. The European Parliament has committed to cooperate with the Mediterranean basin also thanks to works of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean to offer a forum for discussion which gives us an opportunity to work closely with national parliaments. Our mission with our partners is to promote dialogue and commercial exchanges. To foster the integration and cooperation between all of our societies at all levels. Because civil society is the driver of the European project. So thank you to all, and I hope you have a good conference. So we have heard, we're now going to hear Stella KYRIAKIDES, going to talk to us about our health systems and our way of living together. Let's listen to what she has to say.
So I'm Together, these measures will increase our resilience to cross-border health threats, starting with the COVID-19 crisis. Let me finish by returning to your question. How do we face pandemics? COVID-19 has challenged us all, but it is also bringing out the best of humanity. Neighbors are supporting each other. Health professionals and frontline workers are making incredible sacrifices, and global cooperation has surged. Never before have so many of the world's scientists focused so urgently on a single issue. Remember, this virus does not stop at borders. This is a global effort that requires global partners. The EU is determined to do its part, and we will continue to support member states and global partners in their response. The coronavirus global response launched by President von der Leyen is the global action for universal access to affordable coronavirus vaccination, treatment and testing. It has raised close to 16 billion euro in pledges. So, the answer to your question is, we face pandemics through science, solidarity and multilateralism. We focus first and foremost on the most vulnerable among us. We act decisively now, but we also learn and plan for the future. We take concrete steps to tackle structural weaknesses in our health systems and to improve our preparedness and response capacity. And we do it together, because no one is safe until everyone is safe.
Alors, apparemment, nous avons pu nous reconnecter avec Barcelone. Donc, je repars vers vous, Excellence, Monsieur Nasser KAMEL.
So we've been able to reconnect to Barcelona. Back to you, Excellency, President of the Euro-Mediterranean. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Very sorry, but we have no sound, therefore we are unable to translate. We have no sound from the speaker. Unfortunately, we are unable to translate.
Nous a précipités dans une crise sans précédent.
So we are in an unprecedented crisis. Each month of lockdown gives us a decline of 2% of GDP throughout the world. And the economic impact will be worse than the 2008 recession. I will not speak of the health aspects, but rather the economic, social, and environmental aspects. I should say that the pandemic has revealed the socioeconomic inequalities, and the fragility of our regions has worsened. The levels of infection have increased among those due to their limited means did not have the possibility to self-isolate. The pressure on the health system has reduced economic means that could have been reinvested in other sectors, in particular the mitigation of climate change. There is now a vicious circle. Violence against women has increased. Climate change also accentuates inequalities and aggravates it, as studies show that environmental deterioration is exacerbated by lack of resources. We must build a common response to these challenges. We have always striven to implement an integrated approach, and we encourage discussion amongst experts. So the climate, energy security, the economy, and health are all related. All sectors count. We are trying to fight against health insecurity, a lack of water, the impact of climate change, the extension of zones prone to infectious disease, problem with the health sector, air pollution, and the cross-contamination of our ecosystem. The regional organization tries to bring together countries from north and south of the Mediterranean. And as such, we must develop a specific approach. We wish to transform the policies. Since the beginning of the pandemics, we've done this in particular in two main areas, the socio-economic sector and the environmental sector. The pandemic has relaunched the debate on the need to rethink our economic model by relocating some of the supply chains to bring them closer to the countries of destination. Mediterranean is one of the most economically fragmented regions of the world. Most of the trade zones are concentrated among European countries. Only 9% is in the south. And trade in the south represents only 1%. It is unacceptable. A better proximity of supply chains is an essential link for regional integration in the Mediterranean, which is at the heart of our mandate in the Union for the Mediterranean. This is why we associate all of the partners in all sectors to evaluate the progress of regional integration and explore possible avenues to improve regional supply chain in order to work better in the future. Ministers of Trade met last week and they agreed to develop a certain number of trials to certify and use the creation of value chains in a more appropriate manner. So, in particular for SMEs. In the UPM, we are concentrating efforts in the sector of the social and solidarity economy, with 3.2 million companies working in this sector. It is a key sector to create sustainable employment and generate economic growth that is inclusive within the region. We have also succeeded in launching a program to subsidize projects that allow us to create jobs in the Mediterranean. Ladies and gentlemen, the Union for the Mediterranean has also been working on climate change. We consider that pandemics are part of the problem of climate change. Our Mediterranean basin enjoys an exceptional diversity, and we house 18% of the marine species. And there is a natural tenacity, but which is today coming up against its limits. The concentration of economic activities and a dependence on agriculture come together to make climate change a real problem. In past decades, the question of the sea, pollution in the sea and the atmosphere have increased. Sea levels are rising. And there is a faster acidification of water. The megapoles of the Mediterranean will probably be flooded if we don't act. 250 million people will lack water, and a tremendous number of people will depend on emergency aid. We must draw lessons from the pandemic. The primacy of science and the importance of remaining united. The primacy of science, first of all. We support this in the UPM. We support the publication through the MEDEC network that brings together hundreds of scientists. And we have publications that are fruit of several years of work, which represent a mass of knowledge that is very impressive on the impact of climate change in our region. And unfortunately, this report shows us that 94% of primary and secondary pollution come from human activity, and in particular our choices in terms of heating, transport, energy sources. This report above all puts forward a key message for our governments, organizations, both on the north and southern shores of the Mediterranean. We cannot deal with this alone, given the scale of the impact. Therefore, we will continue our regional cooperation in order to try to reverse the climate change. Last June, we organized a climate week with representatives of all member states, the authorities, civil society, to talk about questions related to climate in the Mediterranean. We also worked to give the private sector more space to create investment funds in the scope of waste management or renewable energies. And this is very important because working in this in the green or blue economy should be profitable. All of these questions will be broached by our members during the next ministerial meeting of the European for the Mediterranean on the environment and climate change, which will be taking place next year in Egypt in March. Ladies and gentlemen, the status quo is fragile. We must act together. Because the consequences are dramatic and no doubt irreversible if we do not take action. We must promote the local, regional level as driving forces of sustainable growth. We must allow the Mediterranean society to develop their full potential. The pandemic is no doubt one of the largest crises that we have ever had to face in the past century, but it is a call for union to show that the construction is no longer possible if we don't work together, because the virus is increasing, the political tension is rife, and there is social strife, which is increasingly present. We therefore have the joint responsibility to answer the expectations of our citizens. And we shall do so immediately. Thank you very much. So I'd like to come back to you, President Muselier, to close this opening session, because I would like to ask you to say a word about what we've heard today. The public health systems are at peril, but above all, living together in solidarity, which is an even more urgent question in the Mediterranean basin. I would like to thank Nasser for the work he's doing. He is an observer, a player, and a mobilizer around the issues of the Mediterranean basin. We can see that Europeans are also attentive, and I would like to pay homage to those who spoke earlier. But quite concretely speaking, we have, and I saw this yesterday in the bilateral meeting that I had with all of the governors and all wallies around the Mediterranean, that we have the same problems. We have a problem of demography, water, waste, economic development, and democracy. We're all responsible in our territories that are more or less large for the respect of how our own countries operate. And we respect, of course, the sovereignty of the respective states, but we have the same problem among our youth in training. And this pandemic has brought us all together. We all talk with masks, we all have the same problem, and we're trying to deal with them as best we can, with ventilators if we have them or not, with tests or not when we have them in our countries, and with a scientific evolution that is very complicated. As for us as elected representatives, it's very difficult for us to know which are the right decisions to make, considering the scientific debate around the world. And so among the researchers in the Mediterranean basin, there is collective awareness and individual awareness with collective and individual responsibilities, which is somewhat new. We put aside our individual egotism to act together. We realize that we can't solve things with a magic wand. Nothing is immediate. And once we've realized this, what about the future? The Mediterranean basin, and this is the meaning of this colloquium, 3 centuries after the plague, which decimated 40% of the population here in Marseille. So it's not the same scale at all. We're not talking about the same thing or the same stakes. But we can place things in perspective and say it's more than 92% of the people who die are above the age of 65 years old. So there's a phenomenon which means that our elders are far more fragile, of course, even though among the 8%, there are also young people who die. And that's always a disaster for the young people and for families. And with this, I think that the governors, in order to be credible with regard to their populations, need to be very calm. and always place things in perspective. I'm speaking under the control of Professor RAOULT. I'm also a physician. You don't have one patient that comes into your practice to whom you don't give a bit of hope that they might heal. You examine your patient, you do additional tests, and when they come out of your practice, their consultation, you give them hope so that they feel better. And this is the aim of the political person as well, except instead of doing it for one individual, we do it for an entire group of population. And this is what I reproach in particular with regard to what happened in France, and in particular the first wave. And I say this very clearly with our friends, deputies and mayors within the scope of the United Territories, and president of the Association of Mayors of France. All of the messages that are alarming and create alarm without any outlook, without any perspective for hope, there is nothing worse either for the patient or the population within the scope of a choice either of the doctor or with regard to a strategic vision. And so we have to carry messages that are responsible. We must be calm, never act immediately, because that's always a bad decision, and always give some hope, and that's what's lacking.
And that's what we're going to see with all of our guests throughout the day. Thank you very much, Mr. Muselier and Professor RAOULT, for being with us. Stay where you are, please. We'll be back in a couple of moments with our first round table to talk about the lessons that we can learn from the great pandemics of the past. We'll be right back. So, in this first roundtable of Act 4 of the Mediterranean of the Future, the title is What Lessons Can We Learn from the Major Pandemics of the Past? This is the title of this whole fourth act, because we're talking about big pandemics. We have a very long history of pandemics. What can we learn from that history? So I'm going to be joined by specialists from all around the Mediterranean basin, and they're going to be talking about major pandemics and what we can learn from them. So let me present them to you to begin with. We have with us Dr. Anne-Marie Moulin, who's Director of Research at the CNRS at the University Diderot, and also at the University Senghor in Alexandria. Thank you very much for being with us. Professor Didier Bitam, who is a professor on the subject of vectors and tropical infections in the Mediterranean, and he's based in the Maghreb. Thank you very much for being with us. I'd also like to welcome Dr. Michel Signolet, who's an archaeoanthropologist, Director of Research at the CNRS, and he specializes in the plague. Welcome to you, Dr. Signolet. We will have with us Rear Admiral Augier, who is a commander at the Naval Fire Brigade in Marseille. Thank you very much for being with us here. And Professor Michel Demoncourt, who is a professor at university, and he is a hospital practitioner. Thank you very much for being with us also. Thank you everybody for being with us, for joining us for this very first round table. We are now going to set the ball rolling with, let's start with Dr. Anne-Marie Moulin. You are one of the best historians about medicine here in France. Epidemics have not waited, and that's what we're going to be learning throughout the day. Pandemics haven't waited for globalization to spread all around the globe. The plague of Athens, for example, is a first example that unfurled in waves, and it generated huge panic among the population. We're talking about the year 430 and 426 BC. What can you say a little bit about the plague of Athens? Well, first of all, this is a well-known plague. And that plague has been described by historians. I'm just trying to put my screen on here so that I can read my speech. I've got a bit of a technical hitch, apologies. Okay, so this plague of Athens wasn't probably a plague, if you're strict about the definition. People are saying different things about that plague of Athens. Let me talk about what we know today. There's a lot of disorder. Epidemics cause disorder in society, and people go into panic and they fail to respect the laws. So the interpreter apologizes, but the sound is not very clear. There are three things to retain. This pandemic was linked to divine revenge back in Athens. So the gods were taking their revenge. And then there's another interpretation. Everyone just tries to survive during a plague. And the third point is the fact that that this historian was describing how people were cared for by their medical staff. The historian is called Thucydides. So we can learn from what happened in Athens and hopefully get hope from it. Apologies for the technical hitches there. When you're speaking live via internet, it can be very difficult to understand. I'm going to now ask Dr. Signoli to talk about a different plague, a different phenomena. That was the Black Plague in the 14th century. And that Black Plague really struck everybody at the time. And that was the first time when we used the term of bacteriological war. Hello. Yes, that 14th century plague started in an event that is tied in with history, but then has become part of a legend. It was the siege of a commercial counter in Genoa, and it was besieged by an enemy. So this siege continued from week to week, as was often the case with a siege. And so that region was impacted by an epidemic, and so they had to lift their siege. They had to end their siege. When they left, they made some gifts to the people who they'd been holding captive, and they catapulted something into the city walls. Once the attackers departed, the locals thought that they could get back to trade and business as usual. And so the soldiers went back to Genoa, and then they spread the plague throughout Europe. So how did the epidemic arrive in France, and what impact did it have on demographics here in France? Well, the Black Plague turned up with the commercial exchanges, of course, by boat, and it landed in France by boat. Marseille at that time wasn't the main, was a main port. On the 1st of November, it landed in Marseille, and then depending on the trade that Marseille had with different areas, it spread. And the local population was struck by this plague for three reasons. Firstly, they'd never seen such a terrible illness. They had encountered epidemics in the past, notably in the 5th and 6th centuries, but that was a long time ago, of course. It was in their ancient history. The second point is that this epidemic was so violent. In a matter of months, there were about 1/4 of the population in Europe that disappeared. These are just estimations, of course. At that time, there were no precise ways of counting. The data wasn't very specific. We don't know how many people died specifically, but we do have some flashpoints. There's a small village in Burgundy. There's another parish in the Paris region where we see there was a high increase, a spike in mortality. And so plague became endemic. So in the 14th century, the demographics were impacted, plague became endemic, and it would decimate great portions of the population in that century and the following century. And one had to wait until the 17th century until one could say that the plague was behind us. There were so many deaths. So let's continue to talk about France. You just talked about 1720 and the Marseille plague. I'd like to come back to you, Dr. Anne-Marie Moulin. The plague in Marseille was recorded as being the last main plague epidemic recorded in France. What can you say about that Marseille plague, given that we're all in Marseille today? Well, some of us are in Marseille today. That particular plague occurred after a whole time without any kind of plague. So this new plague in Marseille came by boat, by the merchant ships. The interpreter apologizes, but the quality of the sound is disastrous. So there were sailors who died on board the ships that brought plague, and some of them were placed in quarantine. However, there was some of the goods that were transported. Can you hear me? Oh yes, all of a sudden the sound is better. We can hear you better now. So the goods. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Well, the goods that had been conveyed was secretly sold throughout the city. And that's how we can monitor a bale of wool which was imported to Marseille. Oh dear. Trouble with our connections here with Dr. Anne-Marie Moulin. We will get back to her very, very shortly. I'd just like to ask Professor Jean, can you talk about tuberculosis? We still talk about tuberculosis today, but that's a very old bacteria because the symptoms were well known and well described back in antiquity. Yes. Yes, medicines have been familiar with tuberculosis since antiquity, as you've said. There was a German microbiologist, Robert Koch, who discovered this at the end of the 19th century. Often with infectious diseases, there's a big time lag between the discovery of the population who's experiencing the illness and the medical world analyzing it. Tuberculosis for a very long time was called the white plague, to contrast with the black plague, which Michel Signoli has just been talking about. So it was called the white plague. It's an endemic illness, i.e. it's present in populations in Provence, in the south of France, for centuries and centuries. And it is still present today as we speak, practically all over the world. It remains one of the most worrying infectious diseases in the world, although we do have some very efficient drugs to combat this illness. It's an illness that is closely monitored by the World Health Organization. Last year, the WHO published the fact that 10 million people around the world had tuberculosis of the lungs. These were new patients. And in 2019, also, practically 1.5 million people died from tuberculosis around the world. Some countries do have a lot of cases, but all countries in the world are impacted, France included. In particular, the big cities such as the Aix-Marseille region and Provence in general. We do have this illness, and every year there are several tens of cases of tuberculosis in this part of the world, and we have to treat those cases as best as we can through our healthcare systems and the university, the teaching hospital where I work, and with the local health authorities. Yes, Professor, let's try to understand. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You can hear me now? Okay. So, Professor, I'd like just to come back on what you've said about the fact that this illness is still around. The World Health Organization has said that tuberculosis is one of the main infectious causes of death in the world. And the WHO goes further, saying that 1/4 of the world population is infected latently by the tuberculosis microbacterium. I'd like you to explain to us why that is so, given that we have a vaccination, the BCG, which we're all familiar with, was developed at the beginning of the 20th century. So we've had it for 120 years, that vaccination. So I would like some information that we have a vaccination. However, we're still talking about this illness being the first infectious cause of death in the world. Well, yes, indeed. We have to think more about vaccinations to ward off COVID, for example. And quite rightly, you've been mentioning tuberculosis of the lung, which is a deadly disease. As you say, we had a vaccination which was developed in France at the Institut Pasteur in Lille in the 1920s and has been used since the 1920s and 30s. But very sadly, this vaccination has not, some 100 years later, has not been proven to be as efficacious as one had hoped. We are using it today, but it's absolutely clear that this vaccination can protect from the most severe forms of tuberculosis, the neuromeningitis types of tuberculosis, because you can, the illness can reach the brain and cause meningitis, which leads to death. So that lethal form of tuberculosis can be warded off if you use the BCG vaccination. However, other forms, such as the form that goes to the lung, which is the most recent form, well, sadly, that form is only moderately cancelled by this vaccination. So yes, vaccination stories are very individual. Each illness is different. Each vaccination has to be analyzed individually and identify the right population. The second point, which you underlined, is a bit more unique to tuberculosis. That microbe, once you have inhaled it, it can remain in your body. It will go into a dormant state in your body, in certain parts of the body, probably in the lymph nodes that you don't touch, you don't see in your body, because those lymph nodes are really deep in our thorax, in our abdomen. But they can be there, and they can be reactivated given certain circumstances and trigger a clinical tuberculosis, which can lead to death. And so that explains why it's so hard to imagine that we can eradicate tuberculosis, although it remains a goal, one of the objectives of the WHO. The WHO is seeking to eradicate the illness, but we don't think that's going to be achieved within the next few years, given all that I've just described. Well, thank you very much, Professor. I would now like to turn towards the Rear Admiral Augier. We have been talking about all of these ancient illnesses. And before we talk about new illnesses, I would like to talk with you about a treasure trove which you found, perhaps using that term a bit lightly. There are some traces of ancient illnesses that were found in the wastewater around Marseille. I'd like you to shed some light on that. What can you say to us about those traces in the wastewater in the region of Marseille?
Oh, good morning, everybody. The battalion of the Marine Fire Brigade of Montpellier has virus searching capacities because we were ready to deal with pandemics and was very quick to react to this crisis. Therefore, we have the ability to measure viruses. And we decided to measure the virus in the wastewater in order to protect accommodation for fragile people, in particular the elderly. And upon this occasion, we found traces of virus, and in particular, once we found a trace of the plague in the waters of Marseille. Well, could you explain this unique system in France that allows you, as you said, to track, amongst others, COVID-19 in the wastewater?
Alors, oui, c'est assez important parce qu'on a eu...
Yes, it's quite important because we're building on our experience. Viruses travel, and we need to innovate to react. And thanks to the recommendations made by the University Hospital Center, we decided to measure the epidemic load of the city through the wastewater and to show how the pandemic was developing in the city during the crisis. And therefore, we decided to extend and monitor the strategic locations. So it's sort of like a reverse lazaretto. We're protecting strategic places to prevent the virus from going in rather than putting people in quarantine. And so I can show you the evolution of the epidemic here as from the month of October, and we can see the development of the epidemic in different areas of Marseille until mid-November, where we can see that there's a very high circulation of the virus.
Évidemment, je sais que la Turquie...
I know that Turkey does this, and I'm ready to develop this in other Mediterranean countries because it's very important for us to share what we know how to do. And it's very important to anticipate things because we have a prior warning of 5 to 6 days on the fact that the virus is coming back, and it allows us to monitor the situation to protect people. So it's a concept of reversed lazaretto. So thank you very much. Of course, we're talking about solidarity since the beginning of this Act 4, and exchange of expertise is something that is excellent to do within the Mediterranean basin. I would like to connect to Professor Liberan to ask you, as a specialist of vectorial infectious disease in the Mediterranean, can you explain to us, talk to us about the plague, for example, that we just talked about? Just an aside here, a vectorial disease is a disease that is transmitted by vectors, which are not necessarily themselves the source of the disease, but they transport the pathogenic agents. Over to you, Professor. Thank you. Good morning.
La peste, c'est une maladie très, très ancienne.
Indeed, the plague is a very ancient disease, and it was present including in Mediterranean countries. Of course, I'm more specialist on North Africa. It is a disease that is rather strange. Why is it strange? Because there are what we call periods of latency or silence. For example, I can talk about our case in Algeria. We had a period of silence of 50 years. The last plague epidemic in Algeria was in the region of Lorraine in 1947. And in 2003, practically 50 years later, there was a resurgence of this epidemic, and which there were 11 deaths and 36 infections, patients who were hospitalized. So why do we see this 50 years afterwards? We have 50 years between the two epidemics, and there is a period of latency. Therefore, we carried out a study. We put together a specialist team in infectious and vectorial diseases to try to understand this resurgence and how it reappeared. Two explanations. The first is what we call endogenous plague, meaning there is a pathogenic agent of the plague which can be conserved in the soil with all of the conditions, soil, hygrometry, temperature, and also rodents dig holes in the earth. And there are all of the conditions necessary so that this pathogenic agent can be kept beneath the earth. It's what we call an endogenic virus. Then there are the rodents that live underground, and they create their litter, they store their food for the winter. And this is where the plague, the pathogenic agent, can enter the body of the rodent through the food or inhalation. And so that is an explanation. Of course, it remains a question mark. Then there are fleas that live on this rodent, and they also have the pathogenic agent in their bodies. So the last outbreak of plague was in 2003, and if you remember, there were heat waves, incredible heat waves that caused a lot of deaths actually in that year. And that's where there was not a lot of food in the grasslands or in the rodents' environment. So in the wild, these rodents were in a wild area, and they had to move towards a peri-domestic or domestic zone in order to find food, and above all, water. And this is where there was a contact between wild rodents and domestic rodents. I can give you an example of rodents. You have the Zapilus campestris, etc. These are rodents which are not used to being in contact. And so with the common rats, there can be an exchange of fleas between the rodents, and the fleas adapt to the domestic rodents that are in contact with human beings. And this is how the epidemic can break out again. So, Professor, I would like to ask you, because you're very familiar with this region, and earlier on, we've been talking about the history of these pandemics. According to you, is there anything that we can learn from the past that we can use today? Absolutely. We must be aware that, let's stick with the plague. The origin of the plague, it's the same thing as Yuan. It's the same thing as the origin of the COVID. The plague destroyed the region of Yuan. I can't remember in which year exactly, but 1300s. And so it's the same origin. The origin was Asia. Yes, I'm afraid there was some interference with our technicians. So, Yuan was affected by the plague, and an entire dynasty was destroyed due to the Black Plague. And that's where, due to trade, the plague traveled to Europe and the Mediterranean basin. So, what can we learn from this? Well, quite simply, we need to reinforce health controls at the borders. Health controls at the borders are not just the control of persons, it's also the control of goods. That's very good. We don't have the notion of controlling goods. To look at the quality of the goods, in particular the packaging, that's very important. So when we talk about health control at the borders, it's not just air control or control of ships, but there's also land control. There are also the land borders that need to be controlled. And then there's what we call community action, meaning that you have departments, so each department must intervene according to their capacity, their environment, their conditions, because each department has particular biotopes. Here, for example, in North Africa and in the south of France, we have biotopes that are very different. What is in the north and the high plateaus in the south of the country are three entirely different biotopes. In the north, the biotope is very similar to European biotopes. Our high plateaus are dry, and the Sahara is dry. So you have very different conditions, and the action that the population must undertake via the community is different between regions. We cannot have the same conditions everywhere. It's not possible. So we must try to see how each zone, environmental zone, can act according to their own conditions. This is very important. And the proof is that when you map a vectorial disease, for example, leishmaniasis, which is present throughout the Mediterranean, it doesn't affect the entire country. It doesn't affect the entire Mediterranean region. It's specific to each Mediterranean country. And this is the proof that shows that we cannot generalize our actions throughout the region. So therefore, it's very local. And that is how we can find solutions to reduce. The term eradicate, I believe, is not relevant because the plague has not been eradicated. Yes, and we saw this with the resurgence. So the term, scientifically speaking, eradicated should be banished because it can come back at any moment, and it does. There are different diseases that are reappearing. So when we're looking for pathogenic agents in the wastewater, we also we have a lot of latent viruses. So we're going to keep talking about the lessons to draw. Anne-Marie Moulin, what lessons can we draw from the plague pandemics, for example, that you just mentioned, and that we could use today within the scope of the COVID-19 pandemic? And between the pandemics of the past and what's happening today, are there any similarities?
Je ne sais pas si vous m'entendez.
Can you hear me?
De ressemblance,
there are many similarities. We talked about the fact that every time there is an epidemic, the guilt is, carried by certain people, and the governments are trying to get out of their responsibility. But the point that I would like to close on is the fact that it is in the midst of catastrophes that we see initiatives and forms of solidarity that are very unexpected. Of course, we have CAMUS plague. You remember that when the solidarity declines, disasters happen. And I would like to say something about the great solidarity that has taken place in hospitals. If the hospital stayed strong, despite the tremendous difficulties it was confronting, it's due to the fact that the teams really pulled together, that the administrations reacted, and the belonging of a community of destiny at all levels of the city meant that we avoided a failure. The failure didn't happen, but as Bouchabli said with regard to cholera in Tunisia, the failure is there in the aggravation of social equality, in the deviations, and these deviations require reflection, consultation, and we need to come back towards our citizens. And like in a big Mediterranean citizen such as Marseille, that is what we really have to concentrate on. Thank you very much, Dr. Michel Signoli. How can we fight against this type of pandemic? what specialists call new diseases. We talked about the appearance of the plague. We could also have talked about cholera in the 19th century. And we're seeing the same thing today with COVID-19. Can we effectively fight against it? Or are we just improvising and learning as we go along? Well, I believe that what we're experiencing, we've been experiencing in the past few months is a lesson of modesty with regard to our predecessors, meaning those who got through these plague epidemics in the Middle Ages and the cholera in the 19th century and other epidemics that are less known, although our country was not necessarily directly affected. For example, Ebola. There are rather common patterns that we find for each of these epidemics in terms of behavior, which are human behaviors. There's no reason that things should be extremely different in the 14th century or the 21st century. The fear of others, the fear of foreigners, lockdowns, things that are recurrent. But there is another lesson that we are learning today, I believe, and that is that the fight against epidemics are related to their time. So once again, a great deal of modesty with regard to the 14th century or the epidemic of plague epidemic of 1720, because these moments are also moments where politics have trouble of implementing a certain number of measures, and that we're not sure we're going down in the right direction, because nobody knows. In face of a new disease, we have to adapt as we go along. And then these epidemics are also moments that give rise to debate, scientific debate, where once again, everybody tries to make their contribution to understanding the impact, the virus, how to protect yourself, and the debates that we can have today around COVID. Recall what happened in the 18th century when there was a Provence-Alpes plague, and the different schools of thought giving their opinions on the crisis management, or that we find in the 19th century at the cholera outbreak. This type of period, everybody tries to help contribute towards progress. So let me come back to Professor Broncourt. We were speaking earlier on about tuberculosis, and we were talking about vaccination. And the fact that the BCG vaccine has not necessarily eradicated the diseases, although Professor Edelman says we shouldn't talk about eradication. But this brings me back to present day. With regard to this very ancient disease, the fact that the tuberculosis exists today, is this not also due to the fact that people question the vaccine and the risk? BCG vaccination has actually been stopped in certain regions of the world. So are there any lessons to be drawn with regard to that and relative to the vaccine against coronavirus? Yes, with regard to the BCG vaccination, when we realized that the BCG vaccination did not have the expected results, the vaccine was stopped in most regions of the world. And in France, for example, there is no longer any indication to receive the BCG vaccine, because once again, this vaccination is not very effective in protecting people against tuberculosis. More generally speaking, to answer your question on the learnings we may draw from what's happening today and what happened in previous years regarding organization of the health system, one point that was underlined by most of my colleagues is the regional dimension with regard to these infectious diseases. And I do believe that this regional dimension in the geographical sense, and maybe in the political dimension as well, because when we look at geographical maps, it is quite coherent with the political distribution. And we talked about a certain number of infectious disease, tuberculosis, the plague, cholera,
toutes ces maladies, comme aime à
And all of these diseases, as Professor Didier RAOULT recalled, when we talk with younger people and students, we very often recall the infectious diseases that we talk about, meaning diseases that are caused by microbes that make humans ill. These come from ecosystems, the ecosystems in which the population lives. The ecosystem is the immediate environment, it's the floor. And we must recall, for example, that the first reservoir of the plague seems to be the ground, but not any ground. It must have given characteristics. For example, there is no longer any plague in the soil in France, but there remains plague in the soil of the south of the Mediterranean. And that's what we call the inanimate environment. Of course, then there's the temperature curve, the hydrometry, the wind, which brings us back to the hot topic of climate change. And the populations themselves are a little bit different. It's quite obvious that populations in Provence are not strictly the same populations as in the north of Europe, which are not strictly the same populations as in the Sahara, etc. So I believe that the regional dimension in its geographical, ecological and political dimensions are a very relevant scale at which to take on board the questions of epidemics and health. And this is something which is out from the roundtable of this morning.
Well, thank you very much. I would like to come back to what was said earlier on about the different regions. Whoops, I'm sorry, I can't hear you, says one of the panel members. Can you hear me? Oh, yes, I can hear you again now. That's fine. Perhaps my mic had been cut off for a small moment. Professor Idia Bitam, you were saying earlier on that there were some similarities between different regions. One can't really identify a country in its entirety. I would like to ask you today, in terms of COVID-19, is it too early to have a view of the Mediterranean region, the Maghreb, for example? Is it too early to identify similarities, common denominators? And how long does it take, in fact, to be able to do that kind of analysis and draw conclusions? Yes, thank you very much. It's important to know. Can you hear me? Are we connected with Idia Bitam? I think we've been cut off. I will come back to Dr. Michel Signoli. So today, when we see that we've got 300 years of history behind us, and I hope Dr. Signoli can hear me, when we look back 3 centuries of history, can we say today that there's reason for hope? Perhaps a vaccine, but then there are other illnesses such as tuberculosis which continue to survive. Are there some indicators that might give us some hope? I would really like to end on a positive note.
Bon, a priori, j'ai l'impression qu'on a peut-être perdu tout le monde.
I think I've lost everybody. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Who's speaking? It's Idia Bitam. Yes, superb. Well done, Professor Bitam. My question was for you. I heard your question. Off you go then. Well, it's important to note that COVID-19 is a traveling virus. It started in Wuhan in China, then went through Asia, Europe, via Italy, into Spain, France, and around the Mediterranean. So let's talk about 3 countries in my region. We have 3 countries which are very different from in an epidemiological manner. So why are they different? Well, it all depends on how the virus gets into the country, into each country. For example, Algeria, it came from France. For Tunisia, it came from Italy. And from Morocco, the virus came from Spain. So we have 3 routes, 3 mutant versions of different aggressivity that will create a different epidemiology in each country. That is why we have 3 different epidemiologies in those 3 countries. When the cases were high in Tunisia, they were low in Algeria, and Morocco was a different figure altogether. So when it goes up in one country, it might be going down in another. I think Tunisia has got quite a few cases currently. So these are different classes, different mutant versions of COVID-19, which is why it's so important to carry out a genetic analysis to see what the origins are in each country. Earlier on, I said for Algeria, for example, it has a completely different biotope. It's diversified. And so we will have mutants there. We will have different cases than in different cases in the north, on the plateau, the arid zone, from the south. So if we try to do a phylogenetic analysis of COVID-19, we will see that there are different categories. Let's turn to Morocco now. The virus came from Spain. In Spain, it was very aggressive. In Italy, the figures are going down, so that variation is less aggressive. Algeria is more related to what's going on in France. In France, it's the same case as we have in Algiers. And that's the only explanation that we can find. As I said earlier on, this virus travels. It loves to travel. And in the future, I believe that we're going to have to live with this virus. I do not think it's going to pack its bags and go. We're going to have to learn to live with it because it's adapted to the heat, to the humidity, to hot heat, to coldness, to rain. It can adapt to all kinds of conditions. And this virus is so elastic in terms of its genome, it can resist any kind of condition. It adapts. Well, thank you very much, Professor Didier Bitam. And thank you all panel members, Dr. Anne-Marie Moulin, Professor Ida Bitam, Dr. Signoli, Rear Admiral Patrick Augier, and Professor Encore. Thank you very much, all of you, for being with us here. And thank you to those of you who are watching us, following us on the internet. Apologies for all these technical hitches, but that's what happens when we have to work remotely. We're going to move on to another subject now. We've been talking about hope and the future. So what might 2021 hold in store for us? We hope that the year will be better than 2020. And that's what we're going to see in a short while with our major expert, Stéphane Bancel, who's the CEO of Moderna, which has just announced that is requesting the authorization to launch it onto the market, its vaccination against COVID. Back soon.
Oui, c'est bon pour moi. C'est bon pour moi, on peut y aller. On peut y aller tout de suite même. Attention, attention.
Alors en fait,
Bonjour et bienvenue.
Hello, welcome everybody. We are going to go on with our next guest, Stéphane Boncel, the CEO of Moderna. This is a biotechnical company from America, which has just announced yesterday that it is requesting authorization to launch its vaccine against COVID-19. So that's been carried out in the States and in Europe. So Stéphane Boncel comes from Marseille. It's important to point that out. And so he has recorded an interview for us yesterday. The first question to him that we asked was the process of how they manufactured this vaccine against COVID-19. We saw that everyone's talking about it and everyone's wondering whether it's been created, whipped up quickly in a rush. So he's going to tell us how they made the recipe. It doesn't seem to be such a quick thing as that. Let's listen to what he has to say. Well, our technology is a platform. We have to invest so that science works. But the messenger RNA, which is the molecule which is in between your DNA and your proteins, it's always the same thing. The molecular biology, everything's written with 4 letters. For computer, it's all 0 and 1, 2 figures. But for us, it's different. There are 4 things. Genetic instructions for a plant or a virus or a fish or a human being. It's the same instruction, the same alphabet, if you like. And so the hard thing is initially to develop the technology that will create a vaccination which will work for man without any side effects. So that took us 3 to 4 years, and then we could do some different clinical tests. 2015, so that's 5 years ago. We've created 9 vaccinations before COVID. So this new virus turned up at the beginning of 2020. So in 48 hours, we were able to design the vaccine in 48 hours because between the Zika vaccine and the COVID-19 vaccine, the only difference is the order of those 4 letters. It has to correspond to the protein for Zika. It's the messenger RNA for Zika. You could inject it into the body. The molecule will ask your body to create the protein of the virus. We don't inject the virus, you inject the protein of the virus. So we used our biological alphabet to produce this vaccine. Your immune system, your white cells, sees a protein which doesn't belong there, so it develops an antibody to protect the body. So later on, if you've got a real infection, then your antibodies are already there and you can neutralize the virus and it cannot procreate, it cannot replicate in your body. And so that's a barrier to the illness. That's how you're protected from the illness. So we did that in 48 hours. That was one of the major revolutions of our technology. We've got tried and trusted technologies. Some molecules are being identified, and we were able to submit a case to commercialize our vaccine. So you've registered your application in the States and Europe. So the question remains, when will we have this vaccine? When will it be available? And will it help us to see the end of the tunnel? Will it give us room to breathe a little bit? How much time will it take to vaccinate all of those who need to be vaccinated or who want to be vaccinated? Let's hear what Stéphane Boncel has to say. Yep, I think that this vaccine is the light at the end of the tunnel. I think today, the only tools at our disposal are masks. That's the best thing that you can use to help with breathing, social distancing, washing your hands. And we're doing a lot of progress for treatment, for treating people with the virus. We've got these antibodies are starting to have an impact, steroids also. And so the number of deaths is going down significantly, which is great news. The only thing we're lacking, the only real solution is a vaccine. So today we've registered our application And I imagine before Christmas, the vaccine will be approved in the States and in Europe, and perhaps in Canada, Switzerland too. It might take a little bit more time for the rest of the world, but my forecast is that by the first quarter of next year, we will be injecting healthcare workers, old people, those who have problems, those who are diabetic, for example, and then the youngsters. By July, August, we will have some data that we don't have now. We can vaccinate the teenagers, and I think by June next year, most adults who want to have a vaccination will be vaccinated, and then in the summer we'll vaccinate the teenagers, and then next September life will be back to normal. So the teachers, the teaching staff will all have been vaccinated in the springtime, the children in the summer. So in the summertime it will be quite gradual, but I think that by next summer we'll be able to kiss each other, shake hands, travel, without worrying about infecting a fragile person or an old person and sending them into hospital. So it's great to look forward and see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's great to start thinking about shaking hands and hugging our friends again. So we've monitored over recent days here in Europe. There's been a lot of negotiation. That's all done. But what about countries around the Mediterranean basin? Let's hear what Stefan has to say about them. Yes, indeed. We have already contacted and are working on contracts with countries around the world in the Mediterranean basin. Israel, for example, has signed with us for the vaccine. I was speaking on the phone to the Israeli Prime Minister who's ordered more vaccines. And we are working with COVAX, which works hand in hand with the WHO, to cover countries around the world. And we are offering them, we were negotiating with them at a low price for emerging countries so that they can have access to this vaccination. We show that it has 100% vaccination against serious illnesses. So we've got 94% of people who have a chance of not having any further symptoms. The remaining 6%, those illnesses are very, very light. They don't need to go to hospital. So let's think about the economic impact that this can have, because that's an important factor also. So I'm quite optimistic now that by spring and certainly by summer, we will be back to life as usual, as we knew it in the past. Well, let's hope that's the case. Let's hope we get back to the world as we used to know it. I'm going to invite Stéphane Poncel to give us a final word of encouragement before we continue with our program. All of the teams have been working 7 days a week. It's been absolutely crackers here. We knew that every day was so important. We knew that this was the only chance to get us back to life as we used to know it. We needed this vaccine, and we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. We just have to hang on in there. We have to keep wearing our masks, washing our hands, but we'll soon be back to normal. Well, that was an interview by our great expert, Stéphane Poncel, the CEO of Moderna, the American company that has just registered a request to launch its vaccine against COVID-19 in Europe and the States. We just finished that sequence. I would like to ask you, very many of you following us today, watching us remotely, stay with us. We'll be back in under 12 minutes. We'll be back at 11:15 for our second round table. And the title is How Do We Resist and How Do We Cooperate Better Together to Cope with this this health crisis around the Mediterranean?
C'est bon pour moi. Bienvenue à tous dans
Welcome everybody to the second round table of Act 4 of the Mediterranean of the Future. I would like to remind you that the question is how we can withstand and better cooperate when faced with this health crisis in the Mediterranean. As we know, all countries in the region are facing the same health crisis, and we are going to hopefully find out a little bit more about different individual countries and also about the future outlook for cooperation, stronger cooperation among countries around the Mediterranean. So we have a whole panel of speakers here. Sylvie Briand, who is in charge of preparing for emerging illnesses with the WHO in Switzerland. Giuseppe Ippolito is a professor at the Nasser National Institute for Infectious Illnesses. He's in Italy. Dr. Maria Betristasi, Director General of the Papa Giovanni Hospital in Italy. Emmanuel Angelakis is a member of the scientific committee of the Greek Pasteur Institute. And we have Professor Lies Rahal, who is Director General of Healthcare at in the Health Ministry in Algeria. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us. Thank you, everybody, for joining us and for spending an hour in our company. We, earlier on this morning, talked about pandemics of the past. Now we want to talk about what's happening today, given COVID-19. I'm going to start with you, Sylvie Briand. This is a worldwide pandemic. Everyone is impacted. Every country is impacted to different degrees and in different ways. And on that front, can we count on on statistics to compare the different situations and approaches? Hello. Thank you very much for putting that question to me. Yes, indeed, figures, statistics, they are just statistics. One has to analyze them carefully. And in terms of a pandemic, when you're analyzing the figures, you really have to take you have to pay great attention to the context, because if you simply look at the number of cases, well, those numbers depend on the capacities in the different countries. And so it will vary from one country to the next. The mortality rate will depend on many things also. It depends on the demographics, the age of the population of people who have underlying illnesses. It depends on the quality of the healthcare system. There are always many factors which come into account. Figures, statistics can give you a clue, but the analysis goes much deeper than that. There are common denominators, but you also have to identify how different measures are deployed to counteract mortality. Could I also ask you, today, apparently this virus has been around since September 2019 in Italy, for example. That was the first Western country to be impacted by the virus. We hear that Professor Ippolito is not yet with us. We'll get back to him later on. Is Dr. Emmanuel Angelakis with us? I think he is. If that's the case, I would like to ask you, in Europe, the number of people impacted by COVID-19 is increasing. That's also the case in Greece. What can you say to us about Greece and your latest statistics? How is the illness panning out?
Yes, hello. So the first wave, I'm very sorry, but the sound is very poor quality. I'm afraid it's very difficult to translate. So currently, we can see the second wave with more than 3,000 cases per day. So currently, all of the northeast of Greece is affected with 100% occupation of hospital beds. Yes. So thank you for these initial figures. We will come back to you. So I'm going to come back to you, Sylvie Briand, to talk about this virus that is really putting the health of our citizens at peril, and also the health systems. We're all struggling faced with the pandemic today. Yes, indeed. I think that this is, first of all, because most European countries are no longer used to dealing with major epidemics. And their health system is not organized to cope with such a fast increase in patients. And we're more used to dealing with chronic diseases that require a lot of follow-up. And we've progressed more and more to outpatient treatment. And so when the epidemic broke out, the health systems were totally unprepared to deal with an epidemic. Asian countries reacted somewhat better because they have had some warnings with the SARS and other outbreaks, and therefore they had transformed their health system so that they could deal with epidemics. In addition to that, COVID is a disease that gives rise to some very serious cases, and also patients that require care for a long time, 1 to 2 weeks. So to deal with this type of epidemic, what is very interesting is to consider the health system as a whole and to make sure that the patients can be treated as outpatients with particular precautions when they don't need to be an inpatient, so that we can avoid overloading the hospital system, which needs to increase its capacity rapidly, which is not always easy. So with regard to this, I'm going to turn back to Professor Elia Salmahad. Before talking to you about the case in Algeria, maybe you can say a word about these global health system that is really endangered, and the difficulty of keeping up with things, because we are several months into this pandemic now, and everybody is struggling. This is something that we have to take into consideration also. Thank you for giving me the floor. I'm very happy to be with you. So, of course, the pandemic has highlighted the insufficiencies of a system, including the European system. We have all been struggling to deal with the system. I'm very sorry, but the quality of the sound does not allow a proper translation. So there's a problem with human resources. So, I'm very sorry, but the quality of the sound does not allow a translation. So I'm sorry, we have a problem with connection. We will come back to you in a few moments. So, we will now turn to Italy. The information that we have seen recently is that the virus, it would appear, was present as from September 2019 in Italy, which makes it the first Western country to be affected by this pandemic. So how is the situation now in Italy? Can you hear me, Professor? So, Professor Ippolito cannot hear me. This is the problem of remote conferences, unfortunately. We just have to try and adapt to the situation. So we're going to try and establish a good connection. I hope that Dr. Angelikis is with us now. Maybe I can ask you my question, if you can hear me. Otherwise, we're coming back to Mrs. Briand once again, whilst we wait for a proper connection with the other guests. Mrs. Briand, COVID-19 won't be the last health emergency that the world will be faced with. In a meeting organized in March, the general meeting of the United Nations it was clearly explained that to achieve a sustainable preparation and to break the pandemic cycle, the best response was interstate cooperation.
Alors, je vais vous reposer la question.
Parce qu'il y a eu un moment où le son
I'm not sure if I'm going to ask the question again. What I was saying is that the pandemic that we're experiencing now will not be the last pandemic that we will have to face. And in the last general meeting of the United Nations, it was in last October, it was clearly explained that only interstate cooperation could help us to break the cycle. Yes, absolutely. The viruses do not respect borders, and that is why cooperation is so important, because we cannot imagine that the measures implemented in one country will prevent transmission. Can you hear me?
On vous entend très clairement, je vous en prie.
Yes, we hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much. The speaker says she can hear an echo. Okay. So cooperation is very important during the crisis because countries must coordinate their efforts, even though we understand that each country must implement measures that are specific to the country because there's a local context that must be taken into account. To each have different measures does not question the need for interstate cooperation. And this cooperation is extremely important. Firstly, to share resources. For example, at the beginning of the crisis, we saw that certain French patients were sent to hospitals in Germany, for example. And so there are countries that lend each other tests or beds or other things to try and help each other out when means are insufficient in a country. So this cooperation is extremely important to stop the progress of the virus. What is very important, it's very important during the crisis, but it's also very important between crises because collaborating during a crisis requires a collaboration mechanism, and we must have the same indicators. For example, we saw in the flu pandemic of 2009 that we could not compare the data between the countries because, for example, some countries were not using the same figures for hypertension. So what was considered to be hypertension in one country was not hypertension in another country. So it's a detail, but it can make cooperation very difficult and the risk evaluation depending on the country. So that's why collaboration is very important in order to help us to understand how to adapt the measures to a particular context. And you need to prepare this upstream of the crisis in order to be effective.
Une connexion avec
Thanks
l'Italie.
very much. We're at last going to be able to have a connection with Italy and Dr. Maria Stasi. So the Italian government decided just a few days ago to ease the lockdown, especially in Lombardy, where you are. The region is going from a red to an orange category. How do you assess the response and this management on behalf of the government of the situation in Lombardy, the pandemic, and the measures taken so far?
J'attends une traduction.
Vous êtes censé l'avoir tout de suite. Si vous n'avez pas, je vais...
So you're supposed to have the translation. If you don't have it yet, I'm going to improvise. But of course, my Italian is not very strong. Do you have the translation?
Mon français, c'est très mauvais. Moi, je pense que le passage en orange...
I think that the current period is very dangerous. Because we must be very careful. So we're going to try and solve the problem of translation. Professor Giuseppe Ippolito, are you with us and can you hear me to begin with? Yes, I can hear you. Perfect, perfect. So, and my French is very bad. I can speak to you in English. There is a translation for you, normally. I hope that the connection will be better. I am going to ask you my question. It would seem, as I was saying earlier on, that the virus has been circulating in Italy since September 2019, not just the beginning of this year. And we know that Italy was the first Western country to be affected by the virus. So I would like to ask you what the situation is like today in your country.
In Italy, after the first case detected, the Chinese strain pushed off. What is the pandemic situation now in Milan? Some data, but this is very difficult to understand that data need to be validated, and I'm not sure that we have so early circulation. A new scenario in the world. I hope that the scientists will evaluate the data, and competent authority will perform a new evaluation of information. How Italy is reacting to the second wave using the best of the wave. In March, Italy was the country in February and March, and I believe that the restriction and the lockdown activated very effective, and we have a problem. We have a problem in terms of new cases, but this is really critical. Now we are dealing with a new problem, despite the cases reached maybe the plateau, and in the last week number of cases of deaths that died pressure in the past month.
Bon, nous avons clairement un petit problème tout de suite dans la connexion. On va peut-être essayer. Professeur, je ne sais pas si vous m'entendez. Professeur Ippolito, je ne sais pas si vous m'entendez, mais nous avons un petit problème technique à régler avant de revenir vers vous.
Professor Vito, we have a technical problem to solve before we come back to you.
En espérant que la connexion est peut-être meilleure avec le
We're going to come back. We hope the communication is better with Professor Halal in Algeria.
Du confinement partiel à domicile dans 34 wilayas du pays pour une durée supplémentaire de 15 jours. Et ce
you've extended the lockdown in your country for a duration of 2 weeks as from the 2nd of September. So how are you managing the situation today? And what is the situation in terms of positive cases in Algeria?
De communication de l'épidémie aussi importante dans le sens une épidémie pareille depuis
we haven't had such a serious epidemic since the Spanish flu at the beginning of the 19th century. Currently, the situation is under control. So our response is that we're trying to lead upstream actions so that we don't have as many people requiring hospitalization. But we are still trying to manage things so that social and economic life can be maintained. There is a second problem, and I think that this problem concerns the entire world. So the question is, to what extent are we going to make available to COVID patients the beds that are supposed to be intended for other types of operations or disease management? So we're trying to organize the hospital plateau, and we hope that the epidemic will decline. Thank you very much, Professor. We're going to try to come back to Dr. Maria Beatrice Stasi. It would seem that the translation problem has been solved. So, Doctor, I'm going to come back to you to talk about the situation in Lombardy. The restriction measures have been eased. We've gone from red to orange. So how are things currently in your region? And how has the pandemic been managed so far in Lombardy?
Io credo che il passaggio alla zona arancione sia un passaggio che le persone devono fare in modo molto cauto. Nelle strutture ospedaliere della Lombardia siamo preoccupati perché a Bergamo in particolare abbiamo vissuto una prima fase dove siamo stati i primi nel mondo occidentale ad essere aggrediti dal virus in una maniera assolutamente violenta con 2200 pazienti gravi.
I'm very sorry, but the relay is not working.
E la necessità di allestire un ospedale speciale anche in un posto diverso dall'ospedale alla fiera di Bergamo, quindi abbiamo vissuto veramente la pandemia in uno stato di emergenza assoluta. Oggi in questa seconda ondata dove
we had to set up additional structures outside of the main hospitals. In Lombardy today we have a very high number of positive cases in the first wave, which was a very brutal wave. And we are also supporting the efforts undertaken by other structures because 70% of COVID patients come from Lombardy. And currently, we are waiting for the vaccination and currently speaking, we're concentrating on social distancing. And we really need to respect these conditions. But of course, in Lombardy, the figures should be placed in the context with the rest of the region. If we look at the figures in Lombardy today, as you know, in the first wave, the number of positive cases was 5 times higher than the figures in other regions, whereas at the time we were not testing systematically. That is why I think that our results and the way in which we manage the crisis should be placed in perspective with regard to the situation, because we would never have thought we would have to face such a serious breakout. And today in the hospital setting, we're extremely concerned because the second COVID wave is slowing down, but we're worried because we expect to see a third wave, and we're afraid that this third wave will come before we find the vaccination.
Dr. Stasi, j'aimerais
Yes, Dr. Stasi, I'd like to ask you precisely about what you've just said, these hospital structures. When we take a look back in time, when we take a look at the current situation, might one not think that we could have cooperated better, particularly in between hospitals?
Ma questo credo che sia un tema assolutamente importante. In Italia c'è molto dibattito.
Of course, it's so important to cooperate between hospitals. In Italy, we recognize that it was important to have a territorial type of healthcare. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, we've got prevention, a prevention chain, if you like. That is the ability of tracing the patients and isolating the virus. And that, the ability to do that, is linked to the number of cases. If the number of cases goes above a certain threshold, then it becomes extremely difficult to trace. So that is why social distancing is so important in the combat against this pandemic. And also it's essential to act in terms of primary healthcare, which is being dispensed by independent healthcare workers. And these independent workers will sign a national contract. The situation is very difficult because they are independent workers who are giving the care. They are not they're not salaried employees, and so they could be a kind of layering effect with the hospitals in Lombardy. We have done everything possible to implement the right protective measures. The hospitals are well equipped, but here we are not only working with salaried employees, but also with independent workers, and that is causes some duplication. We have the GPs also who can work with the elderly, for example, and they can intercept, they can treat the patients before the patients go all the way through to intensive care, for example. And that is a very important subject that needs to be addressed. There were 2,200 serious cases in the first wave, and we had to send those 2,200 people back to their homes. And then we had to monitor their cases to understand the consequences of COVID. We needed to understand what the patients experience once they left the hospital. So this territorial healthcare has to reflect that. We have to make some modifications here in Italy. But this is a debate that still needs to be continued. Well, thank you very much. I would like to come back to Giuseppe Ippolito, hoping that our connection will be better this time. Perhaps I'd like to know if you can hear me to begin with. Very good. I think you can hear me and that you will get your translation. So, yes, I can hear the translation now, thanks to the Zoom platform. Well, that's what we wanted to hear. I'd like to ask you how we can embrace the future. Can we be positive? Will this vaccine give us true hope? Well, we do not yet have the vaccine, as we all know. We need the political will to get that vaccine out there. But sadly, in some countries, we will not be able to vaccinate the entire population. So, we will have to vaccinate as many people as we can, even if it's a small number of people, and that vaccine will need to be very efficacious, and it will have to be administered to as many people in the population as possible. The vaccine will have to be effective on a large scale, but the vaccine is only one part of our response. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Professor. I'd now like to talk about a big issue which is linked to this fake news which is bubbling up all over the place. At the beginning of the pandemic, we heard it about the masks, there was some about screening, and today there's a lot of fake news about the vaccine. I'm going to ask that Dr. Emanuele Angelakis can hear us, but in the meantime, I come back to you, Sylvie Briand. As I've just said, this is a huge risk. And are we not running the risk of seeing mistrust toward public policy? Because it's becoming a public health threat. Yes, it's an infodemic, as in information and pandemic, if you like. So, it's important that people can take the right decisions. When there's too much information, you don't know what to believe, what to think, and I think it all becomes very chaotic. The problem in these situations is twofold. On the one hand, because people are really connected to social networks. During lockdown, people were looking at the social networks all the time. They were having access to all kinds of information, and we saw an increase in fake news because people were repeating that news and sending it throughout their own networks. And so another problem is that some of this information is very controversial, it's not nuanced at all. And so that divides the population into two camps, those who are for and those who are against vaccination. When you're talking about a vaccination, an epidemic, you all have to work together. The population has to be committed to combat the epidemic, because the epidemic is passed from one individual to the next. So each individual has a role to play to stop the virus from spreading and to reduce the impact that it has. So we all have a role to play in this information pandemic, this infodemic. We have to be careful about what kind of information we pass on to our own contacts, because it can be harmful. We have to live harmoniously. As far as the vaccine is concerned, well, it's understandable that people can be afraid of the illness, but also afraid of the vaccination because it's a new vaccine. But I do think that we really have to be careful and work hard to convey the right information about the vaccine, to talk about what the benefits, the advantages are of the vaccine, without only, rather not only talk about the negative side, the risks. We really do have to engage in conversation and talk about the problems directly. Avoid sharing information which is not always very relevant, particularly at this stage in the pandemic. Yes, indeed. I think it's our responsibility. All of us have a responsibility in this. We have to all join with the healthcare workers and the politicians. At last, I'm in contact with Dr. Angelakis. So the management of this pandemic has opposed three very important axes in decision taking, but also in how we combat the illness. There's the point of view of the scientists, there's the point of view of the politicians with governmental announcements, and then there are political reactions to all of this. Reactions to political decisions and speeches, reactions to scientific decisions and recommendations. Yes, as we said earlier on, there was a first wave, and the treatment was very efficient. We had currently in Greece, we're in a second lockdown with 3,000 cases per day and 100 deaths per day, and we have the same kind of deaths as in the first wave. So we have to combat this epidemic.
we have a Greek COVID authority which didn't see the second wave coming nor recognize how strong it would be. And so they thought that using the masks and social distancing was enough. And because of this, the Greek government decided that it had won the war. But we have some beds in intensive care that are available. About 500 beds in Greece in intensive care. Another problem is that we, in fact, lost that war. And tourism, travel, etc. Picked up again, was allowed again. There were no testings when people came into our country. And a lot of the Greek population thinks that there is no virus. They don't wear masks. But now 46% of the Greeks have said that they don't think there is a virus. And they don't believe the media. And so that is problematic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Angelakis. Talking about the vaccine, I'd like to go back to the other side of the Mediterranean to talk about Algeria and the case of Algeria. There is some information which is being passed around, which is why I want to hone in on this with you. We've heard people talk about January 2021. It's supposed to be a key month for the Algerians in terms of the virus. What information, what real official information can you share with us today about vaccination campaigns and the arrival of the vaccine in your country? Let me come back first of all to the mistrust of the people for the past 10 years or so. All around the world, there have been a lot of people who refuse to be vaccinated. We know that there are a lot of illnesses that can be treated. It would be utopic to imagine that the vaccination is going to solve the problem. There is some data about different illnesses which might guide us. The interpreter apologizes, but the sound is very difficult and the voice is not easy to translate. You know that there are parameters for vaccination in different countries. There are different agencies, the World Health Organization, the European Health Organization, agency can give guidelines, but we also see that we have new types of vaccines that are being developed, but we also have other factors. So the scientific council, which I sit on, have some decisions to take. We have been working since August, but as for the dates, we don't know anything about dates because nothing has been decided so far. So we are working and we have a spokesperson for the scientific council who will make announcements when the time is right. So I hope I've answered your question. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Professor. Dr. Maria Beatrice Stasi, I'm coming back to you in Italy. We know that we're not out of the woods yet. There's a lot of hope in the vaccination, but we have not yet started our vaccination campaigns.
Is there any lesson to be learned at this stage in the game? in how the pandemic has been managed around the world, because we've been coping with it for about 10 months now. So is there any lessons that we can learn already, perhaps from what happened in China or what we've experienced ourselves? What conclusions can we draw when we get through this epidemic? We're going to have to continue to live with it, perhaps, or we're going to have to do things differently in the future. Well, I believe that we are going to have to cope with this virus. We are going to have to sort out what's real news and what's fake news. In Italy, in our country, public opinion is quite vociferous. In Italy, there's a no vaccination movement, Novax, which is working and is meddling with public health issues. And we have a vaccination committee. So we have to combat those who are saying that the virus doesn't exist, because of course we know it does exist. There are concrete risks, we need to identify them. We have to be very fast in the way that we work.
Dovremo essere velocissimi anche nella vaccinazione, perché sennò dovremo
So we are going to have to, as soon as the vaccine is available, we're going to have to work very quickly to vaccinate our population. We have to be ready to get out there and vaccinate people. Yes, hopefully in a few weeks that will be the case. So far we've been fighting with COVID for about 11 months now, or a long time anyway. And so we want to get back to normal as soon as possible. So we need to be very quick and ready to vaccinate as soon as the vaccine is available. But we have to cope with this no-vax movement as well, which is very difficult for us here. Because we hope that 2021 will be a better year for everybody. Yes, we all hope that 2021 is going to be a better year for everybody. I'd like to hand the floor to Sylvie Briand to give us a final message. What message would you like to give to people who are listening to us here today? And can we cling on to a hope whilst remaining very responsible, because the pandemic is certainly not behind us yet?
Yes, I do believe that the virus will continue to circulate. And I believe that we can reduce its transmission, and we've shown that this is possible when everybody makes an effort in that direction. But I think that in the future, we need to find a good balance between health protection measures, but which unfortunately have a rather harmful effect on the rest of our lives, meaning the economy and social lives. So we need to calibrate our response as best we can so that we can protect people's health as far as possible without having too great an impact on our other activities, and in particular economic and social activities. Concerning vaccination, once the vaccine is available, I think that things will be a bit different and we will be able to revisit the situation. Thank you very much, Sylvie Briand, Director of the Preparation of Emerging Disease for the World Health Organization. Thank you to Giuseppe Ippolito, Professor at the National Institut Lazzaro Spallanzani for Infectious Disease, who was speaking to us from Italy, Dr. Maria Beatrice Stasi, General Director of the Papa Giovanni 23 Hospital in Bergamo, Italy, Dr. Emanuela Angelakis, who was with us from Greece and who is member of the Scientific Council of the Greek Pasteur Institute. And thank you to Professor Herrera, who is General Director of the Health Department and Ministry of Health in Algeria. Thank you very much, all of the guests, and thank you for having listened to us. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a few moments because we're talking about vaccinations. We're going to speak about this interview with our testimony, Stefan Ponce, the General Director of Moderna, and everything we've learned from him on this vaccine, when we'll be able to start to be vaccinated, and what about countries in the Mediterranean. See you in a couple of seconds. Thank you.
Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Bienvenue à tous dans la suite donc de nos travaux avec l'acte 4 de Méditerranée du futur. Alors, on a
welcome to everybody for the continuation of this Act 4. So we were talking about vaccination. So of course, will be of great interest to listen again to Stefan Bordona. I would like to remind you that the Moderna has applied for the approval of its vaccine. So Stefan Bontel, who is from Marseille.
Et on voudrait vous en passer donc les extraits.
Yesterday evening, we would like to show you some extracts. So the first question we asked him involved the deadlines, these deadlines that really gave rise to a lot of discussion on social networks because there are very short deadlines to produce the vaccine. But if we listen to Moderna, he said that the development of this vaccine wasn't as fast as that. Well, actually, our technology is a platform. So first of all, we have to invest in the science of functions, but the RNA messenger, which is a molecule that's situated between your DNA and the protein, is always the same thing. So molecular biology, everything is read with 4 letters. For digital sciences, everything is written with 2 letters, 1 and 0. So the genetic construction for a plant, a virus, a fish, or a human being is the same alphabet. So what's very difficult initially is to develop the technology that is able to create vaccines that work in mankind without any harmful side effects. So that took us 3 or 4 years to begin with. And then we started doing clinical trials with vaccines in December 2015. So about 5 years ago, we created 9 vaccines before the COVID. So when this new virus appeared at the beginning of the year, we had within 48 hours able to design the vaccine, just 48 hours. How? Because between the vaccination against Zika and COVID-19, the only difference is the order of the letters. So like the virus protein for Zika, we have the RNA messenger that codes for the Zika protein. So we inject our molecule in our arm and it asks our body to create the protein against the virus protein. So we manufacture it by reading the alphabet provided by biology. We manufacture the virus protein. Then the immune system, the white cell, sees this protein that's not human and makes an antibody to protect you. So if afterwards you have a real infection of this virus, the antibodies neutralize it. It cannot replicate in your body, and therefore you do not declare the disease. That's what protects us. So in 48 hours, we were able to develop this. That's the main revolution of our technology. So we had, so we have actually been able to apply for the approval of our products, thanks to this. So the commercialization of this vaccine, does this mean that we can hope to have, to be able to have a breath of fresh air in the future? So we asked Stefan to tell us when he thinks we will be able to receive the vaccination and who will be able to receive it. Yes, I think that the vaccination is the light at the end of the tunnel. The only tools we have are masks, as it's a respiratory virus. What works best is masks, social distancing, hand washing, etc. Treatment has made quite a lot of progress for people who have contracted the virus. Antibodies are beginning to have an impact, and the steroids have helped. That's how we've managed to reduce the number of deaths significantly, which is very good news. But the only real weapon against this pandemic is a vaccination. With today our approval that has been requested, I hope that before Christmas, the vaccination will be approved in Europe, United States and other countries, Switzerland, etc. It will take a little bit of time across the world. So what I think is that the first quarter, we will first vaccinate elderly people, health professionals, people who have comorbidities such as diabetes, high blood pressure. And in the second quarter, we will vaccinate young people. I think in July and August, we will have enough, we will be able to vaccinate teenagers. So I think that by June, most adults who wish to be vaccinated should have been vaccinated. In summer, we will vaccinate the teenagers, and next semester, people will be going back to school normally. So the teachers would have been vaccinated in spring, teenagers over summer. So things will be a bit gradual during summer, but after summer, I think that we will be coming back to a normal world. We will be able to touch each other when we greet, and we will be protected. Everybody will be protected. So we want to follow this very closely. Of course, we saw there was negotiation with Europe. The orders have been put through, but what about countries around the Mediterranean? That's the other question we asked Stéphane Bonsen. Yeah, indeed. We have already got in touch and have contacts with a lot of countries across the world. And around the Mediterranean basin, there are countries such as Israel who have already signed for vaccinations with us. I'm lucky enough to have the Italian Prime Minister who called me back to ask for more vaccines. When the data was published 2 weeks ago, he called me immediately. And then there's an operation with COVAX that is organized by the WHO for countries across the world. And so we are finalizing our negotiations with them so that there is a reduced cost for emerging countries so that we can accelerate the use of the vaccination, because we've shown 100% protection against serious affections, 95% against COVID. So people who are vaccinated have 94% of having no symptoms if they do contract the infection. And in the 6% of cases where they do contract the infection, it will be very light symptoms with no hospitalization. So we have to think about the economic impact in addition to human impact. It will have a very strong impact. So I'm very optimistic now that by spring and no doubt this summer, we'll be back into a world that we lived in beforehand. So as we've heard, Stéphane Bonsen is very optimistic, and I will let him close this interview with another positive note. And I think we already all need this positive outlook. All of the teams have worked very hard. We've been working 7 days a week around the clock to achieve this. We knew that every day counted, that it was the only chance to regain the world that we lived in beforehand. So now we see the light at the end of the tunnel. What we have to do is just remain disciplined, keep your masks on, but very soon we will be back to the world of before. Thank you very much, Stéphane Bonsen, Managing Director of Moderna. I put my mask back on because I've just been joined by President MUSELIER, President of the South region. President, we're at the closing of this session. I will pass you the floor. We've had a morning of very interesting discussions. In any case, what I know and what I've seen clearly is that you're a remarkable organizer, because the technical complexity between the different speakers, the international dimension, the European dimension, the Mediterranean basin, with the translations and bouncing off very different subjects to try and really get to the point so that everybody can follow properly. My respects to you, madam. You did a great job. I'm sure you'll be very tired afterwards. Yes. Yes, well, you still have an afternoon's proceeding. This afternoon, there will be some roundtables. And of course, we'll be hearing Professor RAOULT on the plague, the evolution of pandemics organized by the University Hospital Center. And then there's the economic part, because in the previous session, we reinitiated the Club of Entrepreneurs, and it's actually the Bankers Club, so that we could have this business flow that allows us to encourage investors to turn in joint projects to the Mediterranean. And so we've established that opening. Yesterday evening, there were also the youth from the Mediterranean basin who belong to the Mediterranean Youth Parliament. They're very positive. They're very bright. And all of this is very constructive. I would like to close this morning's proceedings. I would like to pay homage to all of my teams, but the plateau is quite exceptional. When you look at all of the speakers we have here, we do have such a wealth of intellectual capacity, human capacity, and experience that is rare on this type of forum in a single day. It's the technology that is allowed to do us. So we can see the technicians who are jungling with the different interviews, the videos, etc. But the level is quite exceptional. And the interventions have been very respectful of very different opinions, different approaches. And everybody's energy is focused on finding a solution and generating hope. And we have this with Moderna, who explains this RNA. In a couple of words, he explains RNA. It's not DNA, so. And it's not, you know, how your other molecules work. So you have nothing to fear. And we've been testing RNA messenger therapy for a long time. Therefore, we have a solution that is there, present for September. As we said, we've been in a very dark tunnel where it's been difficult to find our way around, but it does give us some light at the end of this tunnel. We have a capacity for intervention. The French regions have demonstrated this. I think that the fact that we're working closely with the governance and the different wallies through the Mediterranean shows that we have a real capacity to work together. So it was a great morning of proceedings with a lot of hope, and thank you very much for your talent. Thank you. And once again, as you said, the key word is hope. That's what we're all looking for. Hope that is based on things that have been verified, things that are clear. And this is what we've been trying to convey with our guests throughout this morning's proceedings. And since yesterday with all of the guests who were the territorial executives, and today with the scientists, and we are going to complete this closing with two interventions that are in line with the rest of what we've done this morning. So all of these public characters throughout the world who are also placing their trust in this conference, the Mediterranean of the Future. We are currently having to work remotely, but the warmth is there anyway here in Marseille. So I'm going to invite you to listen to the testimony of the General Director of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, who is talking to us about the challenge that we're all facing today and the solidarity as the only means of of reaching a successful outcome to the situation.
Your Serene Highness Prince Albert II, Sovereign Prince of Monaco, Your Excellency Jean-Yves Le Drian, the Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs of France, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, and dear friends, it's an honor to address you today, and allow me to commend you on this conference and its clear message on cooperation and international solidarity. COVID-19 knows no borders. All of humanity has been affected by its impact on lives and livelihoods. As this pandemic has shown, strong actions are needed so that we're all better prepared for the next crisis. We face three major challenges. First, to be political leaders for global cooperation and solidarity by promoting health and urging your governments to invest in it. Second, to strengthen health systems and emergency preparedness. Strong and resilient health systems are not a cost. They are an investment in the future. And lastly, to allocate diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines equitably as global public goods, with priority for health workers, older people, and other at-risk groups. The fastest way to end the pandemic is by vaccinating some people in all countries rather than all people in some countries. I wish your entire region a speedy recovery from the effects of the virus. Working together in solidarity, we can build a healthier, safer world for all of us. Merci beaucoup. I thank you.
Merci donc au directeur général de l'Organisation mondiale de la santé pour ce témoignage.
Thank you to the General Director of Health. We are now going to listen to Prince Albert II, His Serene Highness, who is speaking to close this. So I'd like to insist on a very important point. And since this morning, this COVID crisis has been placing at peril the health of mankind and of the world.
Minister, President of the European Parliament, Madam European Commissioner for Health, General Secretary of the Union for the Mediterranean, President of the Région Sud region, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I'm delighted to be participating once again in these Mediterranean of the Future meeting, which you initiated, although the health situation means that we have to be present remotely. You have chosen to include this fourth edition in the framework of pandemics in the Mediterranean, solutions for coping with them or avoiding them in the future. These are really important questions if we hope nationally and internationally to rise to the challenges of future decades, i.e. stemming the appearance of new infectious diseases that can become pandemics. The period that we're going through now is marked by COVID. There are devastating effects. They are sparing no regions in the world, not even the Mediterranean. Apart from the socio-economic impact, this health crisis is also challenging the multilateral system and the cooperation that it has taken us so many years to construct. However, although it's highlighting certain breaches in our system, COVID-19 is forcing us to find solutions. We have an opportunity, a unique opportunity to build things better and to make a clean break from past routine. The opportunity that we are being given today is to work together to construct a world that is safe, supportive, and resilient for future generations, and we must grasp that opportunity. We must also believe more than ever in the importance of dialogue, international solidarity, and partnerships to reinforce international cooperation that we have developed and to guarantee a sustainable future for all. Over recent years, the Mediterranean region has had to cope with all kinds of challenges. There's conflict, there's terrorism, and there's a lot of migration and environmental upheaval. And now, of course, we've got a pandemic that is growing into a social and economic crisis. The period we are going through just illustrates how important it is to protect the population's health, to study the causes of illnesses and how they are spread in order to have a concerted response. We have to rise to this challenge without forgetting other environmental issues. I'm thinking, for example, of global warming and loss of biodiversity. The Mediterranean region has been facing this for many years now. As you know, there's the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, the IPBES, published at the end of October 2020 a rather alarming report. It highlighted the link between emerging illnesses and the destruction of biodiversity. Approximately 60% of human infectious diseases come from animals. That has been proven. By destroying biodiversity, mankind is cutting off the branch on which it sits. When biodiversity is under threat, nature becomes a source of pathogenic agents and therefore of infection. It has to be noted that the epidemiological mechanisms at work when an infectious pathogenic agent moves from a wild source to a domestic animal and or a human, well, they speed up. Often, changes in land use is the cause. The health and the environment are closely linked. We therefore have to protect health and make it as important as we do in protecting biodiversity. We have to rise to both of those challenges, whilst reinforcing mechanisms for managing health. We also have to concentrate on prevention by protecting the environment, by being better prepared to the arrival of future pandemics, by having a stronger health system and by improving our ability to cope with emergencies. Then we will be able to protect ourselves. All of us can be a player in this evolution. However, only coordinated, inclusive action will help make this change happen. I am convinced that in the Mediterranean, we have the resources to manage to get such results. That is why I would like to commend the efforts by the international community to combat the pandemic, particularly those of the WHO. It is leading the way in terms of World Health, but also the work of all organizations, agencies and programs that are constantly working to highlight the state of the planet, to alert decision makers and to offer good practices to find the answers. I would wish you all fruitful exchanges, which will, I'm sure, heighten awareness and point towards new concrete solutions. Thank you very much for listening. President Muselier, you might like to add a couple of words. Yes, I would just like to commend the elegance of His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco and how efficient he is. He's so elegant because he pays tribute to the world and the WHO. But I would like to point out that this wonderful Principality of Monaco, which is perched between Italy and France, it has been seriously contaminated, and he's managed that situation so very well. And there are practically no deaths in Monaco, despite being so close to Italy and France. So it just shows that strategic political decisions can be effective for a population. Well, thank you very much. We are now at the end of our sequence, at the end of our morning. Thank you so very much, President Muselier. It's been a delight for me to be working alongside with you, and I'd like to thank you and your teams, the regional teams, the technical teams, everyone behind the scene. But a lot remains to be done this afternoon. At 1:45, there's going to be a reading of an excerpt from Albert Camus' La Peste. And then after that at 2:15, there's going to be a seminar by the teaching hospital led by Didier RAOULT, all about the plague in Marseille. So thank you very much for being with us so far, and see you this afternoon.
qui accueille le voyageur. D'autres se dérobent à lui. Mais Oran est là, à peine visible, au-delà des falaises qui surplombent le port. Oran est un homme d'affaires qui ne se soucie guère des touristes. Oran est un commerçant dont voici l'immense, le prodigieux magasin, le port, avec sa route audacieuse accrochée au rocher, ses docks, ses hangars, sa longue jetée.
Ce n'est jamais agréable d'être malade, mais il y a des villes et des pays qui vous soutiennent dans la maladie, où l'on peut, en quelque sorte, se laisser aller. Un malade a besoin de douceur. Il aime à s'appuyer sur quelque chose, c'est bien naturel. Mais à Oran, les excès du climat, l'importance des affaires qu'on y traite, l'insignifiance du décor, la rapidité du crépuscule et la qualité des plaisirs, tout demande la bonne santé. Un malade s'y trouve bien seul.
Le matin du 16 avril, le docteur Bernard Rieux sortit de son cabinet et buta sur un rat mort au milieu du palier. Sur le moment, il écarta la bête sans y prendre garde et descendit l'escalier. Mais arrivé dans la rue, la pensée lui vient que ce rat n'était pas à sa place. Et il retourna sur ses pas pour avertir le concierge. Pour le concierge, il n'y avait pas de rat dans la maison. Il fallait donc qu'on eût apporté celui-ci du dehors. Bref, il s'agissait d'une farce.
Le lendemain 17 avril, à 8 heures, le concierge arrêta le docteur au passage et accusa des mauvais plaisants d'avoir déposé 3 rats morts au milieu du couloir. On avait dû les prendre avec de gros pièges car ils étaient pleins de sang.
Qu'est-ce que c'est que cette histoire de rat?
Je ne sais pas. C'est bizarre, mais cela passera. The next morning, however, April 18, the doctor was bringing his mother home from the station and found Mr. Michel looking even more poorly. From the cellar to the attic, there were a dozen rats lying on the stairs. From the 18th, factories and warehouses began to produce hundreds of bodies of dead rats. In some cases, people were obliged to finish the creatures off if they were taking too long to die. Piles of rats were waiting in the dustbins or in long rows in the gutters. That was the day the evening papers picked up the matter, asking if the civic authorities intended to do something or not. The authorities had not considered or planned anything at all, but started by holding a council meeting to discuss it.
لقد أدركنا الهنا أن هذه ظاهرة لا نعرفها. لا يزال لا يمكن تحديد المادة ولا الكشف عن شيء يحدده.
On demandait des mesures radicales. On accusait les autorités et certains qui avaient des maisons au bord de la mer parlaient déjà de s'y retirer. Mais le lendemain, l'agence annonça que le phénomène avait cessé brutalement et que le service de dératisation n'avait collecté qu'une quantité négligeable de rats morts. La ville respira. Les crieurs des journaux du soir annonçaient que l'invasion des rats était stoppée. Dans toute notre petite ville, débarrassée de la sourde appréhension où elle avait vécu pendant la semaine, ce jour-là était celui du renouveau.
ومع ذلك كان في نفس اليوم وهرا عندما أوقف الدكتور ريو سيارته أمام المبنى ورأى في نهاية الشارع البوابي الذي كان يتقدم بشكل اليمين ورأسه منحني وذريع وفيقه في الموقف دمية. كان الرجل العجوز يمسك بذراعي كهينا تعرف عليه الطبيب. كان الأب بنو الوسوع المثقف والمتشدد الذي التقى به أحيانا وكان يحظى بتقدير كبير في المدينة بين أولئك الذين لا يبالون بالدين.
Old Michel's eyes were shining, and he whistled as he breathed. He had not been feeling very well and decided to get some fresh air. 2 hours later, in the ambulance, the doctor and the wife were leaning over the patient. Broken words emerged from his mouth, which was covered in a fungoid growth. "The rats," he said. His wife wept.
N'y a-t-il plus d'espoir, docteur?
Il est mort. Il comprend rien. 2 morts. L'un en 48 heures, l'autre en 3 jours.
Une vingtaine de cas semblables en quelques jours. Presque tous avaient été mortels.
Il faudrait des mesures préfectorales.
Qui vous dit qu'il y a risque de contagion?
Naturellement, vous savez ce que c'est.
J'attends le résultat des analyses.
Moi, je le sais, et je n'ai pas besoin d'analyse. Je fais une partie de ma carrière en Chine et j'ai vu quelques cas en une vingtaine d'années. Seulement, on n'a pas osé leur donner un nom sur le moment. L'opinion publique, c'est sacré. Surtout pas d'affolement. Et puis, comme disait un confrère, c'est impossible, tout le monde sait qu'elle a disparu de l'Occident. Oui, tout le monde le sait, sauf les morts. Allons, Rieux, vous savez aussi bien que moi ce que c'est.
Oui, c'est à peine croyable. Il semble bien que ce soit la peste.
Vous savez ce qu'on nous répondra? Elle a disparu des pays tempérés depuis des années.
Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Disparaître.
Quand une guerre éclate, les gens disent « ça ne durera pas, c'est trop bête ». Et sans doute une guerre est certainement trop bête, mais cela ne l'empêche pas de durer. La bêtise insiste toujours. On s'en apercevrait si l'on ne pensait pas toujours à soi.
The citizens of Iran were like the rest of the world. They thought about themselves. They did not believe in pestilence. The pestilence does not have human dimensions. So people tell themselves that it is unreal, that it is a bad dream, which will end. But it does not always end, and from one bad dream to the next, it is people who end. Humanists, first of all, because they have not prepared themselves. The people of our town were no more guilty than anyone else. They merely forgot to be modest and thought that everything was still possible for them, which implied that pestilence was impossible. They continued with business, with making arrangements for travel and holding opinions. Why should they have thought about the plague, which negates future, negates journeys and debate? They consider themselves free, and no one will ever be free as long as there is plague, pestilence, and famine.
Il se disait que la trentaine de grandes pestes que l'histoire a connues avait fait près de 100 millions de morts. Mais qu'est-ce que 100 millions de morts? Quand on a fait la guerre, c'est à peine si on sait déjà ce qu'est un mort. Et puisqu'un homme mort n'a de poids que si on l'a vu mort, 100 millions de cadavres semés à travers l'histoire ne sont qu'une fumée dans l'imagination.
تذكر الطبيب وباء القسطنطينية الذي حسب بروكوبيوس أودى بحياة 10,000 ضحية في يوم واحد. 10,000 حالات وفاة تشكل 5 أهداف في جمهور سينما الكبيرة. هذا ما يجب فعله. نجمع الناس عند مخرج 5 دور سينما نقودهم إلى ساحة البلدة ونقتلهم في قومة لنرى أكثر وضوحا. لكن بالطبع هذا مستحيل، ومن يعرف 10,000 وجها؟ Les chiffres montent, docteur. 11 morts en 48 heures.
Il est vrai que la population s'inquiète, et puis les bavardages exagèrent tout. Le préfet m'a dit, faisons vite si vous voulez, mais en silence. Il est d'ailleurs persuadé qu'il s'agit d'une fausse alerte.
Savez-vous que le département n'a pas de sérum?
Je sais, j'ai téléphoné au dépôt, le directeur est tombé des nues. Il faut faire venir ça de Paris.
J'espère que ce ne sera pas long.
The doctor felt wrong inside him the slight sense of dizziness that he got whenever he thought about the plague. Eventually he admitted that he was afraid. Twice he went into crowded cafes. Him too, he felt the need for human warmth.
Alors, docteur, c'est le choléra?
Où avez-vous pris ça?
Dans le journal, et la radio l'a dit aussi.
Non, ce n'est pas le choléra.
Combien de lits offrent les pavillons?
80.
Il y a certainement plus de 30 malades dans la ville.
Il y a ceux qui ont peur et les autres, les plus nombreux, ceux qui n'ont pas eu le temps.
Les enterrements ne sont pas surveillés?
Non, j'ai téléphoné qu'il fallait des mesures complètes, non des phrases, et qu'il fallait élever une vraie barrière ou rien du tout.
Et alors?
On m'a répondu qu'il n'avait pas pouvoir.
À mon avis, ça va monter.
En 3 jours, en effet, les 2 pavillons furent remplis.
Rieux décida de téléphoner au préfet.
Les mesures sont insuffisantes.
J'ai les chiffres, ils sont en effet inquiétants.
Ils sont plus qu'inquiétants, ils sont clairs.
Je vais demander des ordres au gouvernement général.
Des ordres? Il faudrait de l'imagination. Et les sérums?
Ils arriveront dans la semaine.
On répondit que le stock de sécurité était épuisé.
À partir de ce moment, il est possible de dire que la peste fut notre affaire à tous. Mais une fois les portes fermées, ils s'aperçurent qu'ils étaient tous pris dans le même sac et qu'il fallait s'en arranger. La soudaine séparation où furent placés des êtres qui n'y étaient pas préparés. Des mères, des enfants, des époux, des amants certains de se revoir quelques jours ou quelques semaines plus tard, enfoncés dans la stupide confiance humaine, se virent d'un seul coup éloignés sans recours, empêchés de se rejoindre ou de communiquer.
نفض صبرهم على حضيرهم وأداه مداهم وحرمانهم من المستقبل فنحن بذلك نشبه أولئك الذين تقيم الإنسانية وراء القضبان.
If it happened that one of them did succumb to the disease, it was almost always before he became aware of it. He would then be cast forthwith into the still deeper silence of the earth. He had no time for anything.
Personne n'avait encore accepté réellement la maladie. La plupart étaient surtout sensibles à ce qui dérangeait leurs habitudes ou atteignait leurs intérêts. Les autorités ecclésiastiques de notre ville décidèrent de lutter contre la peste par leur propre en organisant une semaine de prière collective. La cathédrale de notre ville fut à peu près remplie par les fidèles pendant toute la semaine.
Since the beginning of history, the scourge of God has brought down the proud blind beneath his feet. Think on this. Fall to your knees. To now, this means that the time come to reflect. The just have no need to fear, but the unjust should tremble. In the fury of the universe, the implacable flail will thresh the human corn until the chaff is divided from the grain. There will be more chaff than grain, more called than chosen, and this misfortune was not willed by God. God, who has so long bent the face of pity towards this town, is tired of waiting. Disappointed in his eternal hope, he has turned away his face. And we, deprived of the light of God, will languish for time in the darkness of the plague. My brethren, can you see him? That angel of the plague, as fair as Lucifer and shining like evil itself, rising up above your rooftops? At this very moment, perhaps, his finger and the sounding on wood. A moment later, and the plague is entering your home, sitting down in your room, and awaiting your return. Yes, The hour has come to reflect. You thought that it was enough for you to visit God on Sunday, to be free to do as you wished for the rest of the week. But God is not lukewarm. He wanted to see you longer. This is his way of loving you. And in truth, it is the only way. This is why, tired of waiting for you to come to him, he has allowed the scourge to visit you. This very scourge that assails you, raises you up and shows you the way. You know now what it is.
Ah, si c'était un tremblement de... Une bonne secousse et on n'en parle plus. On est vivant et le tour est joué. Mais c'est une maladie. Même ceux qui nous portent dans leur cœur.
Les tramways sont de seuls moyens de transport. Et ils avancent à grand-peine, chargés à craquer. Tous les occupants, dans la mesure, tournent le dos pour éviter une contagion mutuelle. Arrêt, le tramway.
Il regarda sa mère.
Est-ce que tu as peur, mère?
À mon âge, on ne craint plus grand-chose.
Les journées sont longues et je ne suis plus jamais là.
Cela m'est égal de t'attendre si je sais que tu dois venir.
L'organisation du service sanitaire est mauvaise.
Vous manquez d'hommes et de temps.
Le préfet hésite. Ce qui leur manque, c'est... Ils ne sont jamais à l'échelle des fléaux. Et les remèdes qu'ils imaginent sont à peine à la hauteur d'un rhume de cerveau.
Si nous les laissons faire, ils périront et nous avec eux.
Savez-vous qu'il y a des gens qui refusent de mourir? Avez-vous jamais entendu une femme crier « jamais » au moment de mourir? Moi, oui. Et je me suis aperçu alors que je ne pouvais pas m'y habituer.
Vos victoires seront toujours provisoires. Voilà tout.
Toujours, je sais. Ça n'est pas une raison pour cesser de lutter.
J'imagine alors ce que doit être cette peste pour vous.
Oui. Une interminable défaite.
The town was silent, inhabited only by rustling noises. Far, far away, the siren of an ambulance sounded.
Le mal qui est dans le monde vient presque toujours de l'ignorance. Mais il vient toujours une heure dans l'histoire où celui qui ose dire que 2 et 2 font 4 est puni de mort. L'instituteur le sait bien.
حضر الطبيب مقبة البات على قاعداته ومن أقاصي العالم عبر آلاف كيلومترات حوالت الأصوات المجهولات والأخورة بشكل مخرج أن تعبر عن هدى منوها وانكلتها بالفعل، لكنها في الوقت نفسه أظهرت العجز الراحب الذي يجدها فيه كل رجل نفسه يتقسم العالم حقا أن يرى. L'homme n'est pas une idée.
C'est une idée, et une idée courte à partir où il se détourne de l'amour. Et justement, nous ne sommes plus capables d'amour.
Il ne s'agit pas d'héroïsme dans tout cela. Il s'agit d'honnêteté. C'est une idée qui peut faire rire, mais la seule façon de lutter contre la peste, c'est l'honnêteté.
حتى العن أوضى التعبيات الهديد من أحياه في الأحياه الخارجيات الأكثر اقتضاضا بسكان والأكال راحة مقارعا بوساطن المدينة.
The only measure that seemed to impress all the inhabitants was the imposition of curfew. After 11 o'clock, plunged into darkness, the town was like a monument. The silent town was henceforth a heap of massive cubes.
Bien, ce qui caractérisait au mouret dans la journée était enterré sans délai. On avait creusé 2 immenses fosses. La fosse des hommes et celle des femmes. Bien plus tard, cette dernière pudeur disparut. À peine sur les autres, hommes et femmes, au fond de chacune d'elles, grosse épaisseur de chaux vive fumait et bouillonnait.
لقد تجاوز طلاقهم الخسيري بكثير الإمكانيات التي توفرها مقبرتنا الصغيرة. صادر مرسوم المحفظة ممتلكة شدير الامتيازات إلى العبدي، وتم نقل جميع رفات خرجت إلى مخرة الجثات. سرعان ما تم نقل الموتى من طاعون أنفسهم إلى الحرق الجثات. Moins spectaculaire qu'un fléau. كما مشاعر حملت لمعني هذا. أهدت راريو أن هذا محدث على وجه تحديد. أن أعضاء اليأس أسوأ من اليأس.
Sans mémoire et sans espoir, il s'installait dans le présent. La peste avait enlevé à tous le pouvoir de l'amour et même de l'amitié. Car l'amour demande un peu d'avenir, et il n'y avait plus pour nous que des instants. Tout ce temps ne fut qu'un long sommeil. La ville était peuplée de dormeurs éveillés. Au matin, ils avaient l'air de tout le monde.
وانتظارا عنيدا.
I'm told together is to send them the plague.
خلال شهر سبتمبر وأكتوبر أقبل الطاعون. المدينات متوية تحتيها. عادة 100,000. Le docteur Guilleux s'en apercevait. En observant sur lui-même les nombreux.
No more old or new crimes, no more guilty people. There are only the condemned awaiting the most arbitrary retrieve. You could see them indulging in all the games of an idleness that was reality. Nothing but unemployment.
On frappa à la porte et un infirmier entra masqué de blanc. Il déposa sur le bureau un paquet de fiches et d'une voix que le linge étouffait, dit seulement
6. Belle fiche, hein? Eh ben non, ce sont des morts la nuit.
Seule chose qui nous reste, c'est la comptabilité.
كلما تحدث أي منهما كان كناع شاش ينتفخ حول الفورة جوليات لمحادثة غير واقعية إلى حد ما مثل حوار تماثلي.
Maintenant que j'ai vu ce que j'ai vu, je sais que je suis d'ici, que je le veuille ou non. Cette histoire nous concerne tous.
Monsieur Othon, le juge, avait fait appeler le docteur Rieux dès qu'il reconnut sur le corps de l'enfant les signes de la maladie.
C'est cela, n'est-ce pas?
Oui.
Rieux jugea son cas désespéré. Le petit corps se laissait dévorer par l'infection, sans une réaction. Il était vaincu d'avance. Le docteur serrait avec force la barre du lit où gémissait l'enfant. ne quittaient pas des yeux le petit malade. Ils avaient déjà vu mourir des enfants puisque la terreur depuis des mois ne choisissait pas. Mais ils n'avaient jamais encore suivi leur souffrance, minute après minute. Ils n'avaient jamais regardé en face si longuement l'agonie d'un innocent. L'enfant, comme mordu à l'estomac, se pliait, comme si la frêle carcasse pliait sous le vent furieux de la peste et craquait sous les souffles répétés de la fièvre. L'enfant se recroquevilla, recula au fond du lit dans l'épouvante de la flamme qui le brûlait et agita follement la tête en rejetant sa couverture. L'enfant prit dans le lit dévasté une pose de crucifié grotesque. L'enfant résistait depuis plus longtemps qu'il n'était normal.
S'il doit mourir, il aura souffert plus longtemps.
Seul, l'enfant se débattait de toutes ses forces. Il en sortit un seul cri continu et qui emplit soudain la salle d'une protestation monotone, discorde et si peu humaine qu'elle semblait venir de tous les hommes à la fois. C'était fini.
Cela est révoltant parce que cela passe notre mesure. Mais peut-être devons-nous aimer ce que nous ne pouvons pas comprendre.
Non, mon père. Je me fais une autre idée de l'amour. Et je refuserai jusqu'à la mort d'aimer cette création, où des enfants sont torturés.
Ah, docteur, je viens de comprendre ce qu'on appelle la grâce.
يلتنا يلتنا لا تبح لا طير العامة روح يا حامم لا تصدق بضحك عنا دالتنا تيشتشي وعتيشتشي والخوخ تحت المشمشي كل ما حب الهوى للطفلة تتمشمشي هيو هيو هيلينا تستكلكنك عيرينا
The graph of the progress of the plague, starting with its constant rise, followed by this long plateau, seemed quite reassuring. The disease has reached what he called a ceiling. From here on, it could only decrease. One could not predict anything for certain, since the history of epidemics showed that they could flare up again unexpectedly.
على الغمر من هذا التجارع المفاجئ تراجع المفاجأة على المرض لم يكن متوقعا إلى المواطنين لم يسارعوا إلى العلاج كان التضمير أسهل من أدهات البناهي على أي حال لم يكن الخلاص على اليوم الثاني.
The plague in successive falls over 3 weeks seemed to be playing itself out in the smaller and smaller lines of corpses that it produced. It was losing not only its control over itself, but the sovereign mathematical efficiency that had been its strength. All one could do was to observe that the sickness seemed to be going as it had arrived. In a sense, its role was completed.
في بعض الحالات غص خطه انشقاق عميقة. لقد فقد الأمل كذبته عليهم حتى مع انتهاء وقت الطعام استمروا وفي العيش وفي كن مع غيري.
On the evening of January 25, the town was filled with joyful excitement. To contribute to the general mood of celebration, the préfet gave the order to put on the town lights as in the pre-plague times. For those who at that very moment had a patient fighting against the plague in hospital, the silent watch somewhere between agony and joy, seemed to them more cruel still in the midst of the general rejoicing. Of course, the plague was not yet over, and it would prove as much. The coming deliverance was two-faced, combining laughter and tears.
Ma mère était ainsi. J'aimais en elle le même effacement. Et c'est elle que j'ai toujours voulu rejoindre. Je ne peux pas dire qu'elle soit morte. Elle s'est seulement effacée un peu plus que d'habitude. Et quand je me suis retourné, elle n'était plus là.
All he had gained was to have known the plague and to remember it. To have known friendship and to remember it. To have known affection and to have one day to remember it. All that a man could win in the game of plague and life was knowledge and memory. Voilà pourquoi sans doute le docteur Rieu, au matin, reçut avec calme la nouvelle de la mort de sa femme. Il était dans son bureau. Sa mère était venue presque en courant lui apporter un télégramme. Son fils tenait le télégramme ouvert et le regarda. Mais il contemplait obstinément par la fenêtre un matin magnifique qui se levait sur le port.
Bernard? Le télégramme?
Oui, c'est cela. Il y a 8 jours.
The gates of the town finally opened at dawn one fine February morning, and the event was hailed by the people, the newspapers, the radio, and with communiqués from the préfecture.
كان يرود أن يكن مرة أخرى هو الشخص الذي في بداية الوباء أراد أن يركض بسرعة خارج المدينة ويلتقي بالشخص اللي يحبه. لقد كان يعلم أن ذلك لم يعد ممكن. لقد تغير.
This chronicle is drawing to a close. It is time for Dr. Bernard Rieu to admit that he is its author. In general, he has been careful not to report more than he was able to observe. Thus, there is not one of the anxieties of his fellows that he did not share, and no situation that was not also his own.
Les autres disent c'est la peste. On a eu la peste. Pour un peu, ils demanderaient à être décorés. Mais qu'est-ce que ça veut dire, la peste? C'est la vie. Et voilà tout.
Dites, docteur, c'est vrai qu'ils vont construire un monument aux morts de la peste?
Le journal le dit. Une stèle et une plaque.
J'en étais sûr. Et il y aura des discours. Je les entends d'ici. Et ils iront casser la croûte.
Du port obscur montèrent les premières fusées des réjouissances officielles. Cottard, Tarou, ceux et celles que Rieu avait aimés et perdus, tous morts ou coupables, étaient oubliés. Le vieux avait raison. Les hommes étaient toujours les mêmes. Mais c'était leur force et leur innocence, et c'est ici que par-dessus toute leur douleur, Rieu sentait qu'il les rejoignait.
Rieu décida alors de rédiger le récit qui s'achève ici, pour ne pas être de ceux qui se taisent, pour témoigner en faveur de ces pestiférés, pour laisser du moins un souvenir de l'injustice et de la violence qui leur avait été faite, et pour dire simplement ce qu'on apprend au milieu des fléaux, qu'il y a dans les hommes plus de choses à admirer que de choses à mépriser.
Écoutant, en effet, les cris d'allégresse qui montaient de la ville, Rieux se souvenait que cette allégresse était toujours menacée, car il savait ce que cette foule en joie ignorait, et qu'on peut lire dans les livres. Que le bacille de la peste ne meurt ni ne disparaît jamais, qu'il peut rester pendant des dizaines d'années endormi dans les meubles et le linge, qu'il attend patiemment dans les chambres, les caves, les malles, les mouchoirs et les paperasses, et que peut-être le jour viendrait où, pour le malheur et l'enseignement des hommes, la peste réveillerait ces rats et les enverrait mourir dans une cité heureuse.
Bonjour, bienvenue à ce colloque de l'IHU Méditerranée Infection qui marque les 300 ans, un anniversaire de 300 ans de la peste à Marseille, et nous sommes réunis cet après-midi dans
And I'm happy to have the, I'm very sorry, I have a problem of echo on the translation. Throughout the Mediterranean basin, I have a problem of echo on the translation. When I speak, I can hear my voice. I'm very sorry.
Do you want me to take over? Shall I take over?
So in the Mediterranean basin, we've had all kinds of experiences, and the CHU has played a very important role. This morning, we had lots of rich discussions, and there were many speakers who have explained to me that...
So you received Professor RAOULT, and with regard to the chloroquine, we received the General Director of the World Health Organization and the European Commission, and Professor RAOULT was able to talk calmly, peacefully, with due respect, so that we can have a normal discussion, as we need to in a world where everybody respects each other. And I think that this is really what comes out. It's the respect of our populations, the respect of our differences, the respect of different opinions, so that we can add up the different competencies and find solutions. And this is what we're seeking. So thank you for this conference. Thank you, President. I do think indeed that respect of others is one of the characteristics of our South region. And this is something that we cultivate in the University Hospital Center with Didier RAOULT. So we have a great number of students within different disciplines around infectious disease, and in particular students from the South who come from the southern shores of the Mediterranean and beyond. I am going to welcome the Professor Didier RAOULT, who will be introducing this conference, which once again marks the 300th anniversary of the plague in Marseille. Sorry, I think we have a sound problem. We have a problem of sound. I'm very sorry. We cannot proceed with the translation. We cannot hear Professor Didier RAOULT.
Je pense que ça va lui plaire.
Non, ça ne va pas lui plaire, mais...
I'm sure he's going to be very happy. Well, no, I don't think he will be very happy, but we're just going to wait for a few minutes whilst we're waiting to solve this technical problem.
Très bien. Voilà, ça fonctionne. Très bien.
Donc, je fais une présentation pour expliquer pour expliquer la permanence d'un certain nombre de...
I would like to explain work within the scope of epidemics. So let's have the first slide, please.
Vous pouvez passer la première diapositive? Non, pas de diapositive.
Ça arrive.
Voilà, la deuxième, s'il vous plaît. Voilà, cette diapositive, une
So
diapositive.
this slide is a slide that you might see again, but we've just published the best review of infectious disease with a special edition on the plague. So what was interesting is how doctors dressed to protect themselves from the disease. And the family who does plays, and we have the rats and fleas, etc. And people had trouble at the time dealing with the reality of the plague. And what is very interesting is a plague saint called Saint Rot. And Saint Rot comes from Montpellier. And he was born during the plague. He treated patients, and he's the Catholic saint patron of physicians and surgeons. He suffered himself from the plague, and for multiple reasons, he ended his life for a period of 5 years in Italy. But he is recognized as the patron saint who is mentioned every time we're faced with a pandemic. So there are a number of pests, a number of epidemics that faced, of course. Fox showed something. This is a painting from the Renaissance. He showed the bubon. That was the bubonic plague, and it affected the gland in the armpit. So you could clinically recognize the plague if the patient was observed. And with Michel and Donco, we have noted something else. In Marseille, of course, there was the big plague of 1701 that killed a large part of the population. Therefore, one day, we wondered whether we could do a PCR diagnosis of the plague on collected when the tunnel was dug under the Charity Cathedral. And we hadn't planned this. We made the diagnosis by developing a new technique and using teeth, and we published this in the best journals. But there was a popular theory in the press that the plague was not due to the germ that we knew that was identified by the Swiss researcher, the Pasteur Institute, but that it was a hemorrhagic fever, therefore Ebola. Because we must say that what CAMUS said, if the plague comes back, we had a small episode of plague in Iran recently, and our collaborators worked on this. It's very easy today to treat it. We know what the treatment is, and the possibility of having a new plague epidemic in developed countries is very unlikely because it's transmitted by ectoparasites, and the treatment is very simple. However, the risk of having an Ebola epidemic is something that is terrifying for the population. So he wrote a bestseller saying that the plague was not due to this microorganism. Yersinia pestis, but that and so it presented not only the sale of the bestsellers, but the demographic studies that question the possibility that this was the plague in the Middle Ages. So this was the object of an incredibly violent debate, because another team, an English team who had no experience whatsoever in PCR and diagnosis, failed to reproduce our work. These are scientific problems that do occur sometimes. And this team had a great deal of influence over the major scientific journals, and they sent a quantity of information to Wikipedia, which meant that for a period of 15 years, our results were disputed by a certain number of scientists. Although the results were building up little by little, results from other teams to show that it was Yersinia pestis that we'd known since the beginning of the 20th century and that was behind the plague. And what is very interesting, so I'm afraid we're having connection problems. So there is information from the BBC that so there was a documentary that was shown on the BBC, and they said, no, it's not justice. So actually, all of this was a support to say, no, they must be mistaken because the DNA is too deteriorated for us to identify it with PCR methods. So if they found it, it's because they were mistaken. So you can see the final conclusion of the BBC in 2002 was that it wasn't really the plague, it was something else. It wasn't a plague. So there was a doctor from the Faculty of Medicine of Montpellier who did rudimentary knowledge, ganglions. I'm very sorry, but he keeps cutting out. Next. Between the work that we did in 99 and the final article, which says, no, it is true, which was published in Nature, Nature published a draft genome of Yersinia pestis using the same technique as we did on teeth, and this was published in Nature. None of the 17 papers published on the same subject before, which showed exactly the same thing. So that shows that the scientific war doesn't date from today. It has always been this way, and either people didn't that you published, or forget that you published it before you. So it's no child's game. There is no kindliness among researchers, no more than in other groups of the professional populations. So now we can come back to the Middle Ages. The plague was identified also by a German team and our team that revealed the presence of Yersinia pestis. And this study shows an analysis that was from strains that were 5,000 years old, and which no doubt explain the disappearance of a certain number of civilizations and villages that were affected by the plague, including in the north, where people who were hostile to the plague said it wasn't possible because there weren't the rats that we observe now and that came in the Middle Ages. So, based on a legend built around rats, fleas, and men solely, we have opposition to scientific hypotheses that date from another time, from people who don't really know what they're talking about, who haven't had the opportunity of observing and reading the existing scientific data, although this scientific data has been available for a certain amount of time. So you can see that the epidemics of the time raise the same type of problem. We're particularly aware in Marseille, as I was saying this morning, because it's a port, and the diseases from the south and the east came through Marseille across the Mediterranean. Of course, the sea traffic explained the transfer of a certain number of infectious diseases. Infectious diseases to transport and to the war. That was for which there was a transport of troops. So things are easier maybe for other data, but scientific controversy is part of the picture. We think that financial aspects in Marseille, it's the financial influences which meant that we broke the lockdown, and the authority of the spoken word was a problem at the time around contagion, because we were not familiar either with the microbe or the vectors of the disease, and therefore the question of contagion raised absolutely incredible controversies, as the same as for the causes. Some people believed it was a divine malediction. Like now, some people think it's a virus that was created in this or that laboratory. Therefore, society is brought together, and we see the incapacity of managing an unexpected event. Thank you very much, Didier RAOULT. Thank you very much for this introduction, which clearly roots this conference in modernity. So we are talking about facts that occurred in Marseille and Provence several centuries ago now. But we can see that the different interventions are really anchored in modern day. And it's a chance that this conference on the plague is happening in the very year where Marseille, our country, and the whole world is faced with the COVID pandemic. So we can see the relation between both. So I suggest we continue the presentations, and we can now welcome Rémi Barbery, who is a doctor now, because he just defended his thesis a few days ago in the laboratory of the University Hospital Center, and he's going to present the work that he did within the framework of our laboratory with Didier RAOULT. And he illustrates the fact that all of these disciplinary scopes, paleomicrobiology, which is the fact of tracking with different methods the ancient microbes in human or animal remains. This thematic theme was born here in the Faculty of Medicine in the IHU Mediterranean department of Didier RAOULT, and it has involved dozens of research teams, mostly in Europe and other countries of the world. So it's something that was born here in Marseille in Provence, and Rémi Barbery will be showing you how this has changed in recent years, and will be presenting a specific aspect of his research. Rémi, it's up to you now to present your work. Thank you very much.
Vous m'entendez bien? Vous m'entendez? Oui?
Oui.
D'accord. Donc, première diapositive, s'il vous plaît. Donc, je tiens tout d'abord à remercier l'IHU et la région pour cette invitation à ce colloque. Donc, j'ai le plaisir aujourd'hui de vous présenter les résultats d'une méthode que l'on a mis en place, une méthode interdisciplinaire entre deux laboratoires, le IHU Méditerranée Infection Compare avec le professeur Michel Rancourt et le laboratoire ADES avec Michel Signoli. Donc, c'est une nouvelle méthode d'analyse des textes historiques que nous avons essayé de développer pour pouvoir identifier de probables sources de pestes.
This is a proof. The plague of Marseille of 1720. So next slide. These two pandemics took place. It began in 146 in Kaffa, came over the Black Sea, and people were starting to die from the plague on the ship. The people from Genoa fled, and the Black Plague invaded Europe. It lasted from 26, and there were 30 million victims. Then the plague invaded Europe, and there wasn't a single year until the 17th century that there wasn't an outbreak of plague. And I think later on this will be presented far better than I could. So what we can see is that there was a diversity of strains, and the plague had reservoirs, no doubt, in the northeast of Europe, and alternative hypotheses talk about several waves in Europe. So the big question, which has not yet been solved, is how was the plague transmitted? Was it the rats, fleas, or something else? Because the plague of the second wave was very different from the third wave, and there is an explanation. So there was work that was done in, and I'm afraid the sound is cutting off. And so it was in 1911, and there were transmission tests about transmission, and these were based on a mathematical model. So our goal was to reanalyze we have documents on historical tests that document the plague. There was a plague for which we don't yet have immunological documentation. So we have texts from the 18th century, and it's the first time that we have possibility to analyze with a specific software to analyze the DNA. And of course, we have a sequence of letters, as you can see, and I will come back on a few results, striking results from this study. Firstly, we took the digital text from Google Books and we imported it into the software that identified the text that had words in the 18th century, and then everything else was deleted, and that gave us a list of words that were enriched with the control texts. Then we did a well club, and we have there are network presentations. So next slide, please. So first of all, the first thing I wanted to show you. So this is the results of the plague in Marseille. We have different indexes here. At the time, for example, there are 30 or 40 pages of texts where we do a deviation analysis to see if the texts are very different, or there are texts which are more similar. And so this gives us samples that we can compare with different microbiologies.
So here we have an example of some data processing in R. We've imported documents from over 1 million sources, and we've analyzed the words which corresponded to existing words in the French vocabulary, the 1.6 million words, and then we used words in a different way. And we wanted to find the words that were present at least 5 times in all. So here we have the criteria of selecting our statistics which we used. So we asked for those words of interest were enriched, more words, and those words had to be more present in the test documents rather than the control documents. And so there was an adjustment of 0.05. Those are the words in red that you can see. And then we generated a word cloud, as you can see on the screen, 72 significant words in the text which we analyzed compared to the control text. And all of the words are used frequently in texts pertaining to plague. You can see mortality, contagion, perfume, plague, contagion, contagious, quarantine. The idea was to replace these words in a lexical context. So we used a PCR method and were aiming to define, we could ask the software to take a look at 15 words before and 15 words after, and determine what the significance was before and after. So it worked very well. For bubonic, for example, we noticed that it was in the armpit, the ear, the thighs, and then of course there was another word which was associated with that, which was coal that was applied to skin during the plague. So you can see it works very well for the word goods. The plague arrived in Marseille on a commercial ship that came from the east, carrying on board people who were infected. They also had goods which were infected. And I would like to take a little moment here to look at this slide here. This was a gesture which was supposed to be effective against plague back in the day. We analyzed all of this, and it transpired that, as you can see on this painting here, the bubonic pustule would be pierced. There would be an incision, and then the lymph node would be removed. The wound was cleaned, and that particular gesture seemed to be rather effective, and it seemed to bring down the mortality rate by over 10%. So that was used, that was something which we discovered. So to come back to our words, we categorized our words into different categories. So we placed them in a category, for example, of words that describe the consequences of plague, or the nature of plague, or the public reaction to plague, etc. And obviously, we were very interested in the source of plague, how it got to Marseille. And there were a lot of words here that are involved. We wondered how many times these different words were used when we were talking about the source of the plague. So goods is at the top of the list, 69%, tatters, movables, things which you can move around, and clothes, of course. So the word air, of course, is there as well. That means two different things. It can be a source of plague, and it's also used to purify the plague, because it was thought that air could purify the goods that had been infected by plague. So there's a double meaning there. Words continue. There are more on the list there. Feathers, of course, but these are feathers in mattresses, for example. So it's linked with bedding, clothing, and all kinds of fabrics and goods. We also have another type of result here. It's a negative result, but it is very, very interesting also, because it shows that the words rat and flea are not used at all. So rats and fleas are not identified as a source of the plague here in Marseille. So what can we say about the fact that fabrics were thought of as a source of infection? Well, if we listen to or read the words of Charles Nobel, who won a Nobel Prize for discovering the role of fleas, we would say that it's the presence of these parasites in those very fabrics that we talked about, and that meant that the fabrics were contagious. If you touch the fabric, you could catch the disease from the fleas. It was also suggested in a study that was printed in 2008 that there are epidemial graphs. The second pandemic, it would seem that the hectoparasites, such as fleas, would convey the plague. And that is something which we have inferred from a historical study carried out. All of the results seem to conclude that transmission is due mostly, there are other causes of course, but mostly it's due to human hectoparasites, given that the most common form in Marseille would be bubonic in nature. Moving on now to the next slide. Here we have an example of someone who has got a problem with a flea, someone who lives in the street, a homeless person. And this kind of picture helps us to understand a little bit more clearly how fleas can convey plague. And in the Middle Ages, people were often infested with fleas and other insects. And you can see the state of this boy's back. Then it's very easy to imagine how these hectoparasites can spark off massive epidemics. Here we have an example of networks of words which we managed to create. They're talking about the sources of the plague. You can see several words on the screen there. All of these words are linked to other words such as infected, fatal, or contagious. And the most recent analysis that we have made was to identify whether there was specific vocabulary linked to plague, and we compared different languages, Italian, French, and English as well. And we can see that there are 29 times more words in common. So that shows that there is a unique lexicon for the plague. So when the doctors talk about plague, they use specific terms, and that vocabulary is worth studying because there is a proper name for each epidemic. There's a common corpus when we're talking about different plagues. So to conclude, this method is a non-biased way of reading the results, and it's reproduced from historical texts. It can be used in all languages, and it's the first time we use negative controls. That's really important to underline. And of course, there are some limits to this quantitative approach, because we're talking about the number of times each word appears, and rats and fleas are probably not the most common vectors of plague in Marseille in Milan. However, bedding, clothing and goods are probable sources of plague in those two cities, and there is a possible role of human ectoparasites in the purveyance of plague. So it would seem that there is a specific vocabulary dedicated to the plague. So thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for your presentation and talking about some of the work which has been carried out, a very important presentation because of the results that you've produced that illustrate new conceptions that one can have about how epidemiology spreads and how plague spreads. We are now talking about the plague in Marseille 300 years ago, but the plague is still rife in certain parts of the world. Didier RAOULT said as much. It's highly unlikely that we will have epidemics of plague in Europe. However, plague is still around and some people are still suffering from it. Some even die, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. I would recommend that there was a plague epidemic in Madagascar just a couple of years ago. So it's a very interesting leitmotif for us to keep in mind as this afternoon goes on. We have taken a look at what happened in Marseille 300 years ago. Perhaps that information can be used to understand what's happening in Madagascar today or in other countries. So that's the very first important subject to take home, or message to take home. So Mr. Barbieri also illustrated what we enjoy doing at our IHU. We like to take what already exists and use it to different ends. So Rémi Barbieri has used concepts which are used in biology to treat experiences in test tubes and on lab benches. He used those to interpret ancient texts which he went to seek out in libraries, texts which date back from the 18th century. So it really is kidnapping in some ways these certain methodologies to use in a new context. So that's very important, a way of working which is completely unique, and we like to foster that kind of approach here at the IHU. It's very fruitful in terms of our intellectual development and our results. So thank you for that first presentation of the afternoon. It's perfectly illustrated how many disciplines are involved in the subject which brings us here this afternoon to understand what went on in Marseille 300 years ago and in other places as well. We need to take a look at anthropology, infectious diseases, many other disciplines which we will be meeting as the afternoon goes on. So knowledge is constructed at the crossroads of different expertises which can come together to shed light on what happened in the past. So I do think it's a very important leitmotif of our meeting here this afternoon. We are happy to welcome today a Scandinavian colleague, Christian Stenset, who is going to illustrate this multidisciplinary approach to play.
This afternoon, I guess you will give your presentation in English. So, welcome to you. Avec une traduction au fur et à mesure. So, Christian?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Most of all, I would have liked to be in Marseille now. And it was fantastic to look at KAMUS, so again, I would have liked to have been in Marseille now. And I'm going to provide you with a procedure. Could I have the next slide? Next slide. Yeah, next again. Yeah, this is what I'm going to talk about. I'm very I'm very happy that we can be here, and I'm very happy also that you can show you can see my some PowerPoint presentation because some. I have to tell you that earlier I've been at the hospital having an eye operation. I've got my basic. When I told the doctor that I'm going to be speaking in Marseille, he didn't understand anything.
You have the next one. This is sort of the typical view of the plague. You have the next one. And next. Yeah. This is the view here of the plague. But you should never ever forget that the plague is a viral disease. You have the next slide, please. Next again. This is stop. Go back. 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 Did I go back? One back.
Je pense qu'il faut revenir à la diapo précédente.
Yeah. This is the view that is common or used to be common from 10 years ago. But again, we should never ever forget that the plague is of mammalian virus. So if you're going to look at the ecology of plague, you really have to look at the next slide. Next slide. Yes, very good. So this is really the system that plague is operating, the ecological system plague is operating. And human is only playing a small role here. Mostly wildlife animals are the host of plague, and human is really only a spillover effect from the wildlife. So, can I have the next slide? So, although this is a typical, people is a typical one, you really should look at what is the red circle here, or really the ecological system, the next one. Yeah, this is really the system. If you have to talk about the ecology of the plague, this is really what you have to look at. The next one. Next one. Yeah. And so I will really focus. Can I have the next one? Most of my work has been on studying plague in wildlife systems. Started in Pakistan, then I moved to China, and since then I've been studying this wildlife. More recently, I have also been focusing on human, particularly during the medieval period, and using ancient DNA techniques. And I heard the previous speaker before me was referring to the importance of ectoparasites. I'm convinced that ectoparasites played a key role in the spread of the plague among people. That, by the way, explains also the speed at which the plague moved to Europe when it first was introduced. And also why it disappeared. It disappeared because of increased nitrogen. Can I have the next slide? And press to the next one. This is where it occurs today, typically at the drier places, higher altitude, and burrow-dwelling rodents. So if you put the next one, first go to the next one. Yeah, this is where we find plague, active plague today. You see that it basically is found on all continents, except that in Australia and in Europe. Europe, it has totally disappeared from Europe. But you should never ever forget that plague is a disease of today also. If I could have the next slide. This is where observations of plague cases, human plague cases, is from the period 2010 to 2015. Plague is a disease of today also. To repeat the next slide, we must never ever forget that plague has its main host in non-domestic rodents, which occasionally come in contact with humans. As I alluded to earlier, go to the next one. My focus has been Kazakhstan, and my focus again has been Gerbil. Most of my earlier plague work was on looking at or studying plague with gerbil as the main host. But Yersinia pestis can have many rodent species or mammalian species as its host. So go to the next slide, please. You see, it's a very diverse disease with host species as well as very different vector fleet spreading it between wildlife hosts or spilling over to the human population. I've been fortunate to work with Chinese colleagues in the last few years, last several years actually. Go to the next one. And China is a very interesting country because it is very diverse. It has very diverse plague systems, and we can go very. Yeah. So, and then the next one. So these different host species and different vector species are found in very different ecological systems. So if you ask question, how will plague respond to climate variation? It depends on where you are. In northern China, there is likely to be more plague cases given the global warming, whereas in southern China, it's going to be less in the face of global warming. We can go to the next one, where actually I started in Kazakhstan by chance, actually. Go to the next one. Go to the next one. They had a very, so this is the world map. You have seen that before. Go to the next one. Yeah. And they had a very good monitoring system in Kazakhstan during the Soviet Union period. Go to the next one. All focusing on this very nice species, the great gerbil. This monitoring program in Kazakhstan and the rest of Soviet Union was very important. I'm sure they had some military reason, but it also had a public health perspective. Go to the next one. Go to the next one. In the past, plague has been a serious problem in the drier area of the previous Soviet Union, in particular in Kazakhstan, as we see here. A few hundred people were infected and died every year. Well, it varied, as you can see, but it was quite a few that was. So it was a public health. Then, next slide. Then the Soviet Union, during the Soviet Union period, the authorities said that we are going to make a monitoring program, monitoring the plague, and they surveyed the whole wildlife area where plague could be found, and and whenever they found, stop there, whenever they found that there was a local outbreak of plague, they fumigated it, killed all living using DDT and other ugly things. But it worked. Go to the next. It worked. And yeah. So the one to the left is the one you saw before. The one to the right is after this monitoring program was started. And as you can see, very few incidents, the human cases of plague was observed after this monitoring program. So it worked as a public health measure. But it also, if you go to the next slide, it also provided, next slide. But it also provided fantastic data. And this is our very first paper on plague, my very first paper on plague, published in Science. Not because we are good too, but because we have fantastic data. We were able to demonstrate that the great gerbil density had to be over a threshold. If it was below, there would be no local outbreak. Whereas if it was above for the last couple of years, then it might be an outbreak. As you can see by having this dot on the top there, as opposed to lower, only on the lower part, 0. This is actually known from theory, but we, I believe, was the first one to demonstrate this by using real data from a wildlife system. Go to the next one. So this is from Kazakhstan. Now we can move to the next one and the next one again. Yeah, China. As I alluded to earlier on, we have been working in China. China has also fantastic historical data on plague. And it's a very diverse country. Next, yes. These different colors here shows different plague reservoirs. They're basically characterized by different host species. Can we go to the next one? Well, yes, you will go through a sequence now of showing the host species. And if you press several, again, next, you see it's different species. Next, different species in host. That's of course a fantastic situation if you are to study the ecology of plague because of this great variety. If we go to the next one. Yeah, these are historic observations in China of human plague cases. We asked the question, can we go to the next one? We asked the question, are there any geographic structure in the temporal dynamics here? And this paper was actually done together with a good French colleague. I have worked a lot with French colleagues. It's a geographic structure, and if you go to the next slide, you can now see in the upper right corner is what we have found of geographic structure in the temporal dynamics of plague, human plague. That compares very, very closely with the different rodent host systems in the lower right. So actually the historic human case data is a good proxy for what is happening out in real world in nature. Can we go to the next? Next. Yeah. So basically the picture we have in front of us is that you have the dynamic out in wilderness. So whenever the wildlife population breaks down, it has to be above a certain level with certain density for a couple of years, as I showed you earlier. Then when the wildlife population crashes, it spills over to other mammalian species, including domestic animals, including people. Can we go to the next slide and the next one? Recently, we have been doing ancient DNA work, but our ancient DNA work, genomic work, is really put into a broader context. We are combining genomics, phylogeny, as well as ecology, as well as history, a professional historian, as well as professional archaeologists. So we really are trying to develop a rather synthetic view. And the picture you get from looking at this multidisciplinary, take a multidisciplinary approach to this, is a very different from the phylogenetic trait. If you only look at genetics, it's very clear that plague stayed in Europe during the medieval period. That is not necessarily the case if you dig in other disciplines. And here is one study we published in PNAS a few years ago, a couple of years ago, where we showed you the beginning of the medieval period after the Black Death. It was primarily from Russia. You see the two arrows coming in, and this is most likely come together with fur trade. Earlier this year, we had another paper in PNAS taking a little bit more recent period. And the outbreak in Marseille in 1720 is also our case. It is very likely that that came from Turkey, as well as the one in Sweden, most likely come from Turkey. So Turkey and the Caucasus, Georgia and the southern part of Soviet Russia, is likely to be our stores feeding into Europe repeatedly. And this is a picture we get. This is a picture we get. This is a picture we get from combining different disciplines. If you only look at genetics, you will say that there must have been a reservoir in Europe. Whereas if you bring in other disciplines, not the least ecology, climatology, you will see that there is most likely hypothesis that plague came into Europe several times during the medieval period. With this, I'd like to thank you very, very much for your attention. And once again, I would have much loved to be in Marseille today.
Merci beaucoup, Christian. Well, in fact, you were present with us this afternoon, so thanks so much for your speech, and qui était une présentation également extrêmement intéressante.
Which was an extremely interesting presentation and follows a certain number of running threads of this afternoon, and recalls once again that the plague remains an infectious disease that is still killing people on Earth in a certain number of countries that were clearly illustrated by the different maps presented. And we need a multidisciplinary approach. It is essential in order to understand the plague epidemics. And we must remember that the plague, and it's true for other infectious diseases also, but they're diseases, as Didier RAOULT says, that stem from ecosystems. So we need to look beyond the patients that are affected, beyond human populations, and we need to look around us. So for the plague, we need to look at the animal life, and we saw the important role of animal, and beyond animals, there's the role of the inanimate environment. And for the plague, the possibility was mentioned that soil can be one of the virus, and then it is passed on from host to host. Thank you very much for this presentation. So we're going to continue our journey throughout time, and I think that we're going to go quite far back, maybe beyond 1720 in Marseille, with a presentation of Nicolas Strascovan, who we have the pleasure of welcoming this afternoon. I think that Nicolas is in the premises of the Pasteur Institute, where he is working, after having worked with us in our laboratories in Marseille. And he initially came from another continent. So Nicolas, thank you for your presentation that you will be giving either in French or in English. We will find out now.
Merci pour l'invitation.
Thank you, Michel, and thank you for your invitation. I'm at home. I'm working remotely. And I would like to know if it's possible to put up my presentation. And there's an echo, thank you. I'm going to try and do the presentation in French. I'm still struggling, I'm afraid, to master French. It's not an easy language to master. The title of this presentation is the Paleogenomics of the Plague. And by paleogenomics, we mean the study of the entire genome of pathogens and data analysis, and I focused on the plague. So there is a long history of pandemics throughout our history, and promoted by virus such as measles, AIDS, and today COVID-19. But there are also some terrible pandemics, and the most mortal of these was the plague. The plague the most famous ones being the Black Plague in the 14th century that killed between 30 and 50% of the European population. But we can also mention the Marseille Plague that killed a large number of inhabitants 300 years ago in Marseille. And as Professor RAOULT said, he was in the work done by Didier RAOULT, we revealed that it is possible to collect DNA samples of the pathogen from remains, human remains. And this work, which was published in 1998, showed the beginning of the disease in Marseille. So one decade later, we now have technology that allows us to produce a large number of sequences, and we have now identified the entire human genome. And so we can do DNA sequencing far more easily now than with older technology. So as from the introduction of this new technology, we can now collect human DNA from archaeological remains, and we can study the entire genome, and we can piece together pieces of human history that was inaccessible so far. For example, the origin of our species in Africa. And we see how the populations in prehistoric times interacted and migrated throughout the world. What Didier RAOULT's presentation showed us that they managed to collect a complete genome of Yersinia pestis from the victims of the Black Death, the human victims of the Black Death, from archaeological remains dating back to the 14th century. And this is what we call paleogenomics. It's the analysis of the entire genome of ancient pathogens. So teeth are composed of very resistant tissues, and therefore it is easy to collect DNA samples from them, which is why teeth were used. In the plague, the plague had a great impact on human history, and there were a number of pandemics, plague pandemics, and the most documented one is the first pandemic in the 6th century that killed. It's what we call the Justinian plague, and it killed about 100 million deaths. Then there was the Black Death in the 14th century that killed between 30 and 50% of the European population, and a third pandemic that began in the 19th century and carried on to the 20th century. And as Didier explained, it is unfortunately a plague that is still around, but that can be treated with appropriate methods. So different laboratories around the world have managed to collect the complete genomes that dated back to this pandemic. And there are 93 ancient genomes now that have been obtained dating back to these pandemics. And so what type of analysis can we do with this type of data? One of the analyses that we can do is what we call phylogenetic analysis, which you can see an example here. in the phylogenetic analysis, we managed to identify the family tree of these ancient strains of pathogens. You can see the connections between the different strains, and at the top of the tree, between the most ancient strains in this genealogical tree, and the strains at the bottom, which are the most recent strains. So the Great Pest of Marseille has been explored significantly by Didier RAOULT, in particular the work published in 2016 by Boss et al. And they identify 5 complete genomes of dating back to the plagues from remains excavated in Marseille.
With analyses which they carried out, we used information of the entire genome to construct this family tree, if you like, to understand how the different strains of plague can be linked up. And that work has shown that the different strains that produced the plague in Marseille was almost the same strain as that which produced the Black Death in Europe several centuries previously. So with these analyses, we can better understand the epidemiology of this illness. But as has already been said in the prior presentation, this biological data has to be correlated with contextual and historical data so that we can better interpret the data. And that is work which we've been carrying out recently. So another interesting discovery was the discovery that plague was already around in the Bronze Age. And that was amazing to discover because we don't really have any documentation about that kind of infection. And that is why approximations were made, which have made it possible to identify traces in different zones. So in 2015, one researcher said that that the plague had been in many different places in the Neolithic period. Some work was published 2 years later in 2017, and it illustrates the ancient genomes from that period, at the beginning of the end of the Neolithic period. The genome had been localized, you can see there on the map, and it has been shown that different strains were in different places, and it was said that the plague came to Europe because of massive migration from the steppes. You can see the arrows there, steppe ancestry. So discoveries were made in Marseille, which were quite unexpected, and that was the presence of the plague in Europe some 5,000 years previously. That's the most ancient case of plague that's been discovered to date. And the biggest conclusion was that the plague that was in Europe before the migration from the steppe did not correspond with the first model that had been developed. It's very interesting with this discovery. At that time, towards the end of the Neolithic period, we found plague all over the place, in very distant places, places separated greatly from each other, and we wanted to understand why. Why was plague scattered all over the place like this in these zones which were very, very separate from each other? phylogenetic analysis have shown that this particular strain was not only the most ancient in terms of the date, but it is the closest to the common ancestor of all known strains of Yersinia pestis. So all lineages are linked, even those strains that we know today in our modern world. They all have a link back with these ancient strains. So we can say that there was a huge spread of this lineage of plague. So one might wonder what happened in Eurasia between 6,000 and 5,000 years ago. How can we explain the spread of this plague? So we worked with different colleagues in Sweden, and the Swedes helped us to interpret the results which we had come up with. In that period, there were some new technologies that were introduced into Europe from Eurasia, and there was also animals which were drawing vehicles, and that meant that we had the first trade routes open on a big scale throughout Eurasia. And so that's a perfect condition for the spread of a pathogen over a long distance. And that too was a time where, for the very first time in the history of humanity, in Europe and Eurasia, the very first time, we found those first huge agglomerations. In Europe, these were colonies. There were up to 20,000 people living in these conglomerations, and these populations lived in conditions which weren't absolutely optimal, as you can imagine. And that will have fostered the occurrence of pathogens. So there were the perfect conditions there for pathogens to propagate and develop. And they spread on a large scale, thanks to, amongst others, animals which could transport people further. So, for the very first time, the conditions were rife. So, using all of that information, we created a model to illustrate the emergence and the dispersion of plague in the Neolithic period and the Bronze Age. And we can see how far everything spread on those trade routes, thanks to those new technologies that had been invented. It's very interesting also to see that immediately after that event, we can see that the population in Europe shrank. And in some areas, people actually disappeared altogether. And that is the period which we call the decline of the Neolithic. And immediately after that, we see a massive movement from the Eurasian steppe, which changed once and for all the genetic foundation of the humans in this area. So thanks to all of this work, we see that plague could have played a fundamental role in the Neolithic decline and in the genetic change in Europe. I'm now going to present to you a new aspect of the studies which I carry out, analyzing the anthropology and the biology of the plague and tying that in with IT. So we can carry out analyses with the life sciences, anthropology, and now we can add IT into the mix to develop analytical tools and computer tools that will help us to clear our data. And I would like to thank the 3 people who are listed on the top left-hand corners there in the Paleolithic study which I carried out. I'd also like to thank Michel Drancourt and Didier RAOULT, who have invited me to speak this afternoon, and also to have inspired me to look closer into this thrilling area of paleogenomics. And I would like to thank them for hosting me at the IHU. I'd like to thank the Pasteur Institute also, and the microbial paleogenetics department. And I'd like to thank everyone, and I'd like to thank you out there for listening to me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nicholas, for that wonderful presentation, for bringing further information for us to digest and to help us better understand how plague epidemics can have come to Marseille and spread throughout the zone. And you also showed us a relationship in both directions between populations. On the one hand, we saw in the 2 previous presentations plague that seemed to be following the flow of human beings along trade routes and migratory routes. And on the other hand, the plague that also played a role, because it was a deadly illness, it played a role in modifying the structure of the populations that it infected. So it was very interesting and enlightening to hear all of that. And of course, it's a very hot topic, and these infectious illnesses would follow the populations and set up in a brand new area, according to the speed of populations being moved around. And over recent months, we've been able to see this also with the COVID pandemic. So without further ado, after that charming journey, which we've just been on, a journey through time, which took us back to the Neolithic age, we are going to continue our travel in time as we hear from Stefan Tsotsis, who is going to talk about a multidisciplinary approach to ancient infectious diseases and see what anthropology can contribute, which he practices at the medicine school here in Marseille. So Stefan, thank you very much for being with us. Well, thank you very much for having me. Indeed. I'm going to start out with a question. It's at the beginning of my presentation. Is there such a thing as anthropology of plague? Well, what a mega question to start with. But this question is quick to answer, if we can just look at the next slide, because it simply means that you have to look through the different tracks to see that plague really is a subject for anthropologists. Anthropology is a holistic science. It has many dimensions: biology, society, culture. And so studying the plague in all its many aspects corresponds to what we do. And it's an open field, it's a vast area, because apart from being a biological fact, plague is also a social phenomenon. And the field is very huge. But I am going to limit my presentation to what interests me mostly. That's anthropology to begin with. The anthropology of death by a certain methodology. Let's move on to the next slide here. I'm going to talk about archaeoanthanatology, death and deaths. Okay, archaeoanthanatology is a subject which is out in the field. It's biology, anthropology, all mixed together. We go to burial sites and study the remains of beings and all that can be found in the soil and which interacts with those human remains. So, what's our doorway into such an event? Well, it's the question of how funerals were managed and when they reached an abnormal scale. So above and beyond calling into question their usual way of life and their social practices, because of the speed and the intensity of demographic punction, then civilizations had to find the right solution so that they could continue to survive in a particular context. And of course, they had to manage many more deaths than in the past. So they had to adapt to this new situation. So that leads to quite a few problems for the specialists that we are. Problems which can be summed up as what in those periods, what were funeral practices, what was conventional, what was usual, what was normal, and what was abnormal in those days. What kind of archaeological clues can we come up with of those different practices? Those unusual practices. Well, first of all, it's where were people buried? Where were the bodies put into the earth? What kind of processing was used? And if there was some special kind of treatment involved, did it become the norm in a specific context? So the source of our specialization, well, I've already talked a little, well, you heard a little bit about it in the previous presentation. So these are the different sites which can be discovered, and then digs can be carried out and have been over the past 30 years. So we can dive back to ancient times, to proto-history times, and so there's a lot of information linked to pandemics, particularly to the second pandemic in the Middle Age, the Black Death, which we've already spoken about today, and then moving into the modern period. A lot of these sites are in this time frame, those sites that have been analyzed so far. Earlier on, I was talking about the question of the places where the bodies were buried. So what do we see when we look back in time for the second pandemic? Well, there's a lot of documentation. Archaeologists have done their work, but paradoxically, for this Black Death, they were mainly the traditional burying places that were used, the traditional cemeteries in each parish, and the burial rites were pretty much as the norm. They had individual tombs. There are examples of specific places dedicated, or rather, there are very few examples of special burying places just for plague victims. So that was an interesting thing to find. However, depending on how intense the epidemic is, there are some practices which are quite alternative without changing the place where the bodies are buried. So there are graves with many bodies in, several bodies in the same container and at the same time. So that is slightly different to the norm. And all these adaptations are made. However, we know that during the Black Death, people wanted to maintain as much as possible their traditions, particularly in terms of the way the bodies were positioned, lying on their back, which way they were heading, from east to west, and also the way their legs and arms were folded or straightened. So as of modern times, as of the 16th century, things started to change a little bit, and we discovered specific zones where plague victims were buried. These zones were often linked to the different structures which would take care of the ill, the infirmaries, hospitals, etc. And during this period, we see specific places being created for plague victims. There are some individual tombs, however, there are also mass graves.
So, in addition to having specific locations, whilst continuing to have mass graves, there's also the fact that funeral rites changed in the position in which the bodies were placed in these mass graves. So there are different positions, bodies head to foot, and things that are not at all aligned in terms of the posture of the legs and arms. If we zoom into our region, which has certainly been the subject of many studies, because we have 7 sites of excavation of burial sites, we can see these different types of cases.
Dans le temps, dans cette période moderne, c'est-à-dire le XVIe
So
siècle.
if we go right back to the 16th century, which is the beginning of the modern period, and here we see a cemetery in Fedon, which is in the Bouches du Rhône, and we can see that this is in a parish cemetery near an infirmary, and we have individual graves, but from time to time we also have mass graves with a variable number of individuals.
Site haut-alpin, donc à Puy-Saint-Pierre.
Similarly, on this site, in Puy-Saint-Pierre in the Hautes-Alpes. So it's a cemetery just outside a village. It dates back to the 17th century, so it's the epidemic of 1628-1630. And we can see that although the grave is well defined in terms of surface area, there are different configurations with individual graves in standard positions and mass graves with a chronology that we could restitute in the side. So to the north we have the individual graves, and in the south mass graves, which seems to indicate that the closer you get to the exit of the cemetery, there was an increase in the number of deaths that had to be managed urgently, and which meant that the funeral rites of that time were transgressed.
Région le mieux documentée, c'est la peste de
So what's the best documented in our region is the plague of 1720 to 1722 in Marseille and in Provence as a whole. And there are a certain number of reference sites within the city of Marseille and the city of Martigues. In the city of Marseille, when we look at the different archives that are available, as we were able to do, we know that a certain number of mass graves were created in the city, and 2 of these graves were found and excavated by archaeologists. So there's one beside the Major Cathedral and the other on the site of the observance. And so the first corresponds to a mass grave of 1720, and the other in a second wave in 1722. So in Marseille, near the Major Esplanade, what was excavated was part of the grave, not the entire one, because it was covered by a later structures. And you can see this is nothing like what we've seen, organized cemeteries, even though there were mass graves. We're really seeing here disaster graves with lots of individuals, one on top of the other, with no apparent organization, and all types of uncustomary positions. But nevertheless, there are some individuals that seem to have a more conventional position, as if they had been placed intentionally in this manner, in particular at the bottom of the grave. So which also illustrates the urgent situation. It's when we come back to the chronology of this funerary structure, and that's the fact that there are archaeological artifacts that were found, in particular remains of clothing or small objects. Or we can see a shoe buckle and fragments of leather, which demonstrate the presence of a shoe. And what you see at the bottom are everyday objects, in particular coins. And these coins are very important because they're silver coins that had a certain value. So it shows that the bodies were not shown. Also, we have on the site of the observance, we see the same thing, and this is what we can see on the next slide. There is some anticipation of deaths because a very large grave was dug and a far larger space was developed for mass burials. Of course, this is a second wave, and a number of deaths that were far greater have been anticipated. And in fact, there were fewer deaths than anticipated. So in Martigues, there are also 2 sites that were excavated. Once again, this is a disaster grave, but the organization is not the same. They are trenches that were dug parallel to each other. And there are a lot of elements that are common to Marseille. We can see people are buried. There's the use of lime, and there are individuals that have not been searched for everyday objects. And the bodies have been placed in a variable manner because it's not necessarily the same between the different trenches. Here you have some examples. And this is the example of bodies placed, poured out of the carts directly, and with some separations between these groups of skeletons. So if we summarize things, there are over time, in terms of practices and the treatment of bodies, there are a certain number of variations. There are variations that are very clear, mass changes from the modern period, where we no longer have usual practices because we prioritize health issues. And you understood that from this data, by putting things in the context of funerary sites, we can see that these funerary practices give us a lot of information that indicate the fact that there was a plague, although it's not sufficient, because even in the framework of a mass grave, this could be the result of different types of catastrophe. So other elements must be taken into account, of course. And first and foremost, this is what we call funerary recruitment in our jargon. When we see the example of Martigues, what we noted first from the parish registers, the historical archives, is that even though there was a strong reduction in population, the plague did not modify the structure according to age class. So this is shown by pre-statistical archives. And when we compare this data with the archaeotechnological data, and we look at funerary recruitment of structures related to the plague, we can see that the structure of the living population before and after the epidemic is the same as the composition of the sample of skeletons that are found within these burial sites for plague victims in Martigues. So we have a picture of the population before and after the epidemic. And this specificity is what allows us, under certain conditions, within the context of an epidemic, to say that this is directly related to the plague. So funerary practices are very important elements, but not sufficient. Funerary recruitment is once again a very important element, but once again, it needs to be added to, and we need to add to this, with what will be the object of the next presentation, the possibility from this osteoarchaeological set to highlight the contamination by the Yersinia pestis bacilla that are found from osteoarchaeological remains. But that is the domain of immunodetection and molecular paleomicrobiology, and that's another story. Thank you very much.
Stéphane, pour cette présentation.
Thank you very much, Stefan, for this extremely rich presentation, which does indeed show that many of these studies were carried out here. So what you're doing, what we're doing, is based on history. And we've understood that the history of the plague is well explored in Marseille, as it was an entry door to the disease, as we can see from the routes presented in the previous presentation. So I'm going to actually carry on from your presentation to do mine, because we've reached the points where anthropologists have revealed skeletons on different occasions that are buried, for example, at the site of the Major Cathedral in Marseille. And this is how the history of paleomicrobiology came, and that they turned to microbiologists, and I'm one of these, and asked us, well, do you have the capacity in your microbiology labs to diagnose the plague, to demonstrate that among these human remains, the microbe that we've been talking about since this morning, Yersinia pestis, which is the bacteria that causes this mortal affection, the plague. And so that's what I'm going to present now. It's how in the microbiology lab, which is currently in the IHU Mediterranean infection, how we can confirm an infection by Yersinia pestis. So we saw in previous presentations that we do have historical data. And for once, I haven't shown a painting by Michel Serres that can be admired in the Fine Arts Museum of Marseille. But this picture is in the Marine Museum in Paris, but it also shows the port of Marseille. This port, which opens out onto the Mediterranean to the east, and that is where the plague came to us in 1720 with the ship, the Saint-Antoine, and with a whole series of events that Didier RAOULT presented in the introduction of this conference, where we can clearly see that financial interests provoked the disaster, which was this very high mortality caused by the Great Plague in Marseille. So we have historical data. This is a painting, Remy Bardinet, you showed earlier on, that we also have texts that recount this event. Next slide. We can see also an iconography which shows the extension of the plague in the spread of the plague in Marseille. You have the structure a few years before the Great Pest of 1720. This is what the city looked like. In red, you have the old quarters, the panier, as we call it. And on the other side of the port, what at that point was the new part of the city, around the arsenal for the great ships. And 1720, Louis XIV built this with the cannons facing the panier neighborhood rather than being directed towards the English who were waiting outside the port. The next slide illustrates the protective structure that was developed. On the left-hand side of the slide, you can see a building that we're all familiar with. You can still see it. We all go past it when we go walking towards the Museum, for example. And this building, rather ironically, dates back to 1719, the year just before the Great Plague of Marseille, and it housed the health officers, who were municipal officers who were appointed to embark upon the ships waiting at sea, just outside of the port of Marseille, to check that these ships were not carrying any plague. So it is this system that, for a long time, protected the city, but once again, failed during the summer of 1720, which gave rise to the massive disaster that ensued. So here we see the plague that actually came in through the commercial port called the Joliette, which is up at the top right-hand side of this slide. Along the coast, you can see the first ramifications with the black arrows, which present the plague spreading through the city. We can see that this began in the Joliette neighborhood, and first of all spread throughout the old city of Marseille in the Panier neighborhood, and then they went beyond to invade the new city, which is in orange on this slide. And so it is the entire city of Marseille, ancient and the modern city of the time, which suffered from the plague in 1720. And as presented, this then spread beyond the city of Marseille, and in just a few months, the plague became a regional problem with measures, preventive measures that recall exactly what is happening now. This was in 1720, the King Louis XIV has died, and so the king built what we call the plague wall. And when you go walking towards the Luberon region, we can see this plague wall, which actually was intended to circle Lower Provence, where the plague was rife, and this was intended to restrict the movement of population. We can't see it on this slide, of course, but there were pomegranate trees that were planted, and there were soldiers standing along the wall.
Du tour à ce moment-là, eh bien, était de savoir si nous avions une capacité.
In our microbiology lab, the idea was, could we detect whether these skeletons that were unearthed, as Stefan Schuster presented, to know whether they were carrying the Yersinia pestis bacteria. And so we were able, and I'm thinking that this is, for the very first time in the world, we showed that it was possible to detect traces of molecules, so a fraction of the chromosome of the genetic memory of the microbe, and therefore human remains. And this is something that was invented by Professor RAOULT, and the idea was to use the tooth and the pulp within the tooth. So it's in the dental pulp that we work on in order to trace ancient bacteria. So we must underline the contribution of Dr. Gérard Dulem and the odontology faculty of Marseille, who developed the technique, the initial technique that's today allows us to trace these microbes using ancient dental pulp. Next slide. This is the first work as they were published, as they were shown in previous presentations, and which illustrate this. And as Didier RAOULT said, we first of all had to work on ancient dental pulp, and we invented a working methodology, a way of tracing the DNA fragments of the microbe that we call a PCR suicide, which allow us to avoid all risks of contamination and all risks of what we call false positive, to make sure that we're not mistaken when we say that this skeleton does contain the Yersinia pestis virus. This is what we achieved gradually in recent years, and this is that we've shown that, as Nicolas Strascovan presented, this dental pump is a highly vascularized organ, and beyond the dense vascularization, what we understand now is that each dental pulp within an ancient tooth contains a minute drop of blood that remains in exactly the same state as it was upon the death of a person. And so you see on the lower part of the screen on the right of these photographs, you can see what is called modern blood, and that is a sample, a modern day sample of blood. So it's just as if I just had a pinprick on my finger and we look at the drop of blood with a microscope. This is what we see. And all of the rest of this slide are ancient dental pulps. And the idea that I'm trying to present here is that the red globules that we can see on these pictures, whether they're red globules, blood cells from the 19th century or the 16th century, or in the middle we can see on the bottom the red blood cells from the Roman period. You can see from a site in Besançon in France, the site of Vioc, which dates back to the 1st, 2nd century AD. All of these have red blood cells. So within this ancient dental pump, there's a small drop of blood that is perfectly conserved, and we use this in order to trace the microbes such as that of the plague.
Une autre illustration de ce que je viens de vous présenter.
Here we have another illustration of what I've just been talking about. I'm no longer talking about the red blood cells, but the white blood cells in our blood. We have white blood cells, and these white blood cells help destroy microbes. The white cells destroy the viruses that are responsible for COVID and all kinds of microbes, including plague. And here we have white blood cells taken from a person who died during the Roman period in the 1st century after, in our time, AD. And so we can look at those white cells. I could do the same thing and prick the tip of my finger and I would see similar white cells. So we realized that this dental pulp contains blood that is perfectly conserved. Imagine discovering white blood cells that are 2,000 years old, and they are perfectly identical to the white blood cells that you might take from someone today. Here in the slide, using that knowledge which we managed to glean of that tiny drop of blood which is trapped in the dental pulp, above and beyond all of the other techniques which we've discovered over the afternoon, which aim to detect DNA, i.e. the genetical memory, we managed in our laboratory to develop, or in Didier RAOULT's laboratory, we have managed to trace other typical molecules, they're proteins typical of the microbe. We work a lot by opening up a new field. We call it paleoproteomics. And this new discipline enables us, on the one hand, to trace the microbe, the Yersinia pestis, throughout the Marseille plague. And we have results here which were obtained from the Delos site, which Stefan talked about. And on the next slide, you will see how we can interpret those results to fuel a new field of specialization, which we've recently invented with Didier RAOULT and other students, called paleoseriology. And in that single drop of blood, there is also serum, as we have in our blood today. And in the serum, as you probably know, in the serum, there are those antibodies. So antibodies that we are tracking in the laboratory to try and track down the elements that are responsible for COVID. Those antibodies can be detected in ancient samples. And you have an example here. It's a bit of a technical illustration. Apologies for that. But every single black line, which you can see on those red strips, well, each black mark corresponds to an antibody that has been detected, an antibody which has been taken from a drop of dental pulp, drop of blood in a dental pulp, which dates back to the 17th century. So here we are setting up new lab techniques, and constantly in our lab and in others throughout Europe, we are constantly putting in place new techniques which enable us quite modestly to carry out diagnoses, to identify which microbe infected a specific individual when that person died. So we carry out a diagnosis, a retrospective diagnosis of an infection. So what does that give us? Well, it means that we can diagnose ancient illnesses on skeletons from the cathedral site here in Marseille. It enables us to better understand the epidemics of the past, to better understand the different options, the different epidemiological chains which can be set up during an epidemic, and understanding what happened in the past will enable us to understand better what's happening today. Let's take the example of plague. As was presented earlier on, we've understood that it is an illness that is not only an illness in mankind, but more so, I would say, an illness in animals that surround us. Christiane Stenset gave us information on that front. So plague came from animals. It was from an illness which man caught from an animal. And this paleomicrobiology work has taught us that at the beginning of this epidemiological chain of plague, there's animals, and before that there is the ground, and that's something we continue to work on in the lab. We have finally understood more precisely the fact that this Yersinia pestis is a strain that can survive in certain conditions in the ground. It's illustrated here where you can see a map of North Africa, where you can see Algeria. As we heard this morning from one of the speakers, and Didier RAOULT echoed that when he was talking about Oran and the plague, the book by CAMUS. So there are outbursts of plague in Algeria from time to time, and what we have understood is that these resurgences are probably linked to the fact that this microbe is quite capable of surviving in the ground in certain conditions that we now understand. It's all been presented very clearly by Christiane Stensen. These dry conditions, and we've understood more recently, thanks to Rémi Barbieri, the ground has to be arid, dry, and slightly salty. There has to be a bit of salt in there in the ground. And that possibly explains, in part, why there's no more plague in Europe right now, because right now that specific condition of an arid, salty ground is just not to be found in Europe. Whereas just a stone's throw away, just across the Mediterranean which brings us all here together today, in Algeria, that collection of characteristics are present. So this knowledge had already been provided by Alexander Irsan, who discovered the microbe. When we read his write-up of his discovery, Alex Yesin says that he was able to cultivate this microbe, the microbe which is responsible for plague. He could cultivate it by taking samples of ground, of soil, from the houses in a neighborhood in China where the illness had been found. So let's be honest, we rediscovered some knowledge which had been slightly forgotten over the decades, and we've modernized it and we fine-tuned it. And so this is a first link, probably the first link, the very important first step in the chain of events which lead to the human plague. And a second example on this next slide. Here we have an extension of that work carried out by Barbieri on the ground. Some minute work was carried out on analyzing the aridity and the salt levels in the soil in the United States. This is something which was published at the beginning of 2020. And on the bottom left-hand picture, you will see that plague, human plague in the States, because the United States are one of those countries that declares their plague levels every year to WHO. So those dark red points are where we have cases of pest which correspond to the yellow parts in the map where the ground is arid, and the blue parts on the top right hand map where it shows areas in the United States where the ground is salty. So for the time being, we have this vision of the fact that at least in the Northern Hemisphere, there are regions in the world, in the Northern Hemisphere, where the salinity and aridity of the soil will foster the survival of this microbe, which leads to plague. This slide illustrates some more important information which we have gathered thanks to our work. This work has already been referred to today. We have these human ectoparasites, and they have a flea here on the right, a body flea. You can see it's slightly kind of fluorescent there. Well, this flea, which Rémi Barbier mentioned, was a vector of typhus rather. Well, this flea is also a human ectoparasite, which is an agent for conveying plague. So the floor is really opening up, as Didier RAOULT has said. Some people have experienced this. We talked about rats and fleas on rats, which would give the plague, but now we're opening up the horizons. Really, it's not only the fleas which are on rats which will pass on plague. If we take the Marseille plague, for example, there were also these human body fleas that could be a vector. These fleas were not only on the bodies of mankind, but they were also in the clothes that people would wear. And when you look for bodily fleas, you have to look in the seams of undergarments to identify them and to find them. So this is, it may seem like a detail, but it is so important to understand that at the very foundations, the infestation of these bodily fleas, which are a vector of plague, well, that infestation is linked to clothing and to hygiene of the clothes that you wear. So when you're fighting plague, you have to be careful about what people are wearing, not only keeping their bodies clean, but they have to keep their clothes clean. So you soap your body, but you also have to make sure that the clothes that you're wearing are perfectly clean also. They have to be free of these ectoparasites, which are vectors of terrible, fatal illnesses, such as typhus and plague. So this paleomicrobiology work, what we're carrying out in Didier RAOULT's laboratories, and which has been carried out elsewhere in Europe, well, this work leads us to work on ancient illnesses in Marseille and elsewhere. And it explains to us, it allows us to understand how the plague will unfurl, and we can identify different scenarios, and we can learn from that past experience to tackle current hubs, so and current clusters. So it's important to identify the ectoparasites, these tiny animals, I could call them, these minuscule beings which live on humans, and they are clusters and triggers of these illnesses. So to conclude, the work that we carry out aims to renew and set up lab tools that can offer a diagnosis of plague, but also a diagnosis of other illnesses, which are always responsible for epidemics. And this work has enabled us to show that the tooth and dental pulp are so important for working on these ancient epidemics. Everyone who works on ancient microbes is working on this invention, which we discovered here with Didier RAOULT some time ago. I'm not going to say how many years ago. And I want to insist on the importance of including several disciplines when you want to understand the dynamics of an ancient epidemic such as that plague here in Marseille 300 years ago. It is so important to work hand in hand with historians, anthropologists, and with people who are familiar with the ecology, those who know the ecology of animals. And perhaps also we need to work with people who are familiar with the ecology of the ground. So my presentation sums up in some ways the previous presentations that we'd heard this afternoon. And I think I can now wrap up our meeting by thanking first and foremost the participants here who have weathered these difficulties that we're faced with thanks to COVID. So thank you for weathering the storm and being with us here. Thank you for your determination to share your time with us this afternoon and present the wonderful work which you've carried out. You're putting in so much to our knowledge about this medical field. I'd like to thank the Regional Council here for the Sud Department who's hosted us here. I'd like to thank all of the people who behind the scenes are making sure that everything runs smooth, technically speaking. And I think, having expressed my thanks, I think now the time has come for me to close this seminar. And how ironic it is that we're celebrating the 300th anniversary of the plague here in Marseille with the COVID-19 epidemic also. How ironic is that? So thank you very much for being with us.